Hi! Okay, so yes, I know. I was supposed to do something else today, but I made this discovery last night because I want to be part of a stream. But of course, you know, everybody with their high-speed internet got in before I did. So anyways, point is, I should have known, you know, a game this big with as many, you know, iterations who would have a spot where you could go, like, you could look for a summary of past games. Which one was? I think it's this one, right? Yeah. So see, so basically we can watch these and get like a rough summary of what the previous games were. Obviously, I didn't look at them. I wanted to wait till stream to do that. And I was like, you know what? Probably wouldn't even be that well, that yeah, that enthused to do. I can still carousel today. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. It's fine. It's not the first time I've decided to do something else very last minute. It won't be the last either. Which is why I'm also starting now, because as you guys know, when I play this game, 4 hours minimum is how long it takes me to like sit there and finally be like, you know what? I think I'm good. So, now with the discovery of this, let's watch them and basically get a sense of what happened in the previous games. I'm pretty sure they won't have like any of like the smaller details like the whole Elaine and Van thing, but they'll probably have like, you know, just the meat of like the main story. Stream plan changing? Almost never. Imagine if I actually stuck to stream plans. Alright, so I assume this is the first one.
Nestled away in the Old Town district of Edith, capital of the Calvert Republic, is a humble business. It was owned by Van Arkwright, a problem solver of sorts called a Spriggan. One day, a first-year student from RMS Academy, Agnes Claudel, showed up at his door. She requested his help in finding antique orbments called the Genesees, which she inherited from her great-grandfather. Using his connections in normal society and the underworld, Van and Agnes found one of the Genesees only to come under fire from a mafia group called Almada.
That's so dramatic.
Despite the seemingly hopeless situation, the Genesis resonated with Van's Zypha, a tactical orbment, from which a little fairy named Mare appeared.
It's Mare?
Van clad himself in an armor of shards and transformed into the Grendel. He used its overwhelming strength to turn the tables.
Mare and not Mare. Okay.
Agreed to work for Van part-time in exchange for his help in finding all 8 Genesees. The two of them traveled all across Calvert in search of them, and made a number of new friends along the way. Fairy Al-Fayed, a Jaeger who was raised for a life on the battlefield as a Kruger warrior. Aaron Way, a prodigy and
You know, you probably should have left him. You really should have just left him behind. You really should have.
A service concierge dispatched from the Marduk Company to provide Arkwright Solutions with impeccable support. Catra Salesian, a young engineer stationed at the Basel Institute of Science, where he participates in the development of cutting-edge technology. Judith Lanster, a famous actress in the world of film who leads a double life as the Phantom Thief Grimcat. And Bergard Zeman, Van's former mentor, and a man who cast off his old name. Together, they braved countless ordeals and collected many of the Genesees. But they were hounded at every turn by Almada, who used the devices to sow confusion and chaos wherever they went. Eventually, Almada's leader, Gerard Dantes, detonated a nuclear weapon in a remote village.
Oh, so this is the Creel
wiped it
people.
off the map.
Oh no.
Multiple factions, now driven to bring about Almada's end, found themselves as pawns in a death game, where Van and his friends came out on top and ultimately defeated Almada's executives and cohorts. Then, they put an end to Dantes, the source of all this evil.
Okay, damn, Van.
However, during a festival celebrating the Calvardian Revolution, one of Almada's leaders, Melchior, unleashed pandemonium on the capital, reviving Dantes and the other executives, and summoning countless devils in the process.
Whoa. What the fuck?
Pandemonium brought Time and Edith to a standstill, but with the aid of their allies, Van and his crew were able to once again defeat Melchior and Dantes. Upon Dante's demise, the diabolic core that he had absorbed into his body found its way back to Van, its original host.
What?
Van awakened as Vagrant's diaspora and disappeared, fleeing from his companions.
What?
Unwilling to lose their friend, the group chased him into the boundary between Zemuria and the Beyond and confronted the Demon Lord. Thanks to the urging of his friends, Van regained himself and temporarily drove the Demon Lord out by flinging the core into the depths of the rift.
Temporarily. Okay.
With all of these incidents behind them and the end of the year fast approaching, everyone other than Agnes bid a brief farewell to Van as they each left Edith behind. But before they departed, they all promised that they'd see each other again in the near future.
Okay. Like I expected, just mostly an overview of the main story and the little details. Okay, this is 2.
Nearly 2 months had passed since Almada's defeat.
2?
Arkwright Solutions received an unexpected visitor at its door, Elaine Auclair. She came with a request regarding the activities of a mysterious crimson beast which bore a resemblance to Van's Grendel form. The two set out to investigate and eventually tracked it down, but the
Oops. Was it any good JRPG fight god at the end?
nearly 2 months had passed since Almada.
I thought I could pause it.
Arkwright Solutions received an unexpected visitor at its door, Elaine Auclair. She came with a request regarding the activities of a mysterious crimson beast which bore a resemblance to Van's Grendel form. The two set out to investigate and eventually tracked it down, but the monster, called the Grendel Zolga, and its power of corrosion overwhelmed them, leading to their demise.
Oh.
However, when Agnes arrived on the scene, the Genesis she carried with her began to glow.
Ah, how convenient.
Time itself to rewind before them.
How convenient.
Van returned to an earlier point in the day and met with Agnes and Kincaid. Together with their help and that of the former assassins Swin and Nadia, who had come to the Republic on other business, they narrowly eked out a victory over the Grendel Zolga. The only clue gained was the supposed core of the 8th Genesis. Having left Swin and Nadia in charge of his business, Van headed to different regions to track down the device. Between Messeldom, the former haunt of Almada, and Longport, where a power struggle within Heiyue had ignited, the web of intrigue surrounding the Genesis fragments had begun to unfurl. Meanwhile, Harwood and Anguis of Ouroboros and mysterious twins were hatching a plot. Moreover, the Grendel Zolga's corrosive power coiled around the capital, and the scheming Garden Master pulled the strings from behind the curtain. Amidst all of this, Van and his friends, along with certain others, were invited to a resort on Nemeth Island by Harwood. The Oathbreaker arranged a series of deadly tours, which would reveal the hidden truths about the island. Van and his friends overcame many challenges, joining forces with allies and at other times being compelled to fight against them. They also helped Ren and Catra come to terms with their traumatic pasts. Then, at the 11th hour, the Garden Master, with the Grendel Zolga at his side, stole all but one of the Genesis.
I feel like the traumatic past is, you know, kind of important, but okay.
Ashen's attempt on Van's life, tragedy at the Z1 races,
Somebody died?
standoff against the church, an ambush by Marduk and the Kruga, and a military coup enveloping the whole of the capital.
I feel like more details need to be said about these things.
Galvanized by a century-long obsession to twist the fabric of reality and rewrite history itself. But with the aid of their allies, including Professor Hamilton, one of Epstein's 3 disciples, they unraveled his insidious plot. In doing so, Swin and Nadia found some much-needed closure with regard to their pasts. Even still, other mysteries remained. Who was the Grendel Zolga? The creature at the end of the Garden Master's strings who carried out the corrosion at his behest. The answer came during the Aramis Academy Festival in April. Van received a single orb-mail inviting him to Trion Tower. There, the Eschaton Saint appeared before him and used her power to open the way to the Oct Radium, allowing Van and his friends to enter. At the end of this alternate dimensional space created by the Genesees, they finally confronted the mysterious man at the heart of the Grendel Zolga, learning both his shocking identity and the truth behind the 8th Genesis. After a battle spanning time, space, and causality,
What was his identity?
the company took back the power of the Genesees,
Hello?
freed their client and friend, and bid the farewell they never got to say.
I feel like they glossed over a lot of important details. I mean, I know it's a summary, but like, I feel like there are just some details that should be explained. Does it go back to Trails in the Sky or just the newer stuff? I mean, I don't know. This is all they have. I mean, I guess I could check the past trails. Okay. It was so shocking they forgot to explain. It felt like it truly. Like, I just feel like some points that they tacked, I feel like some details that they pointed out they should have explained a bit more. Like, okay, sure, maybe regarding pass, it's like, you gotta play the game for that, and I can understand. But I feel like knowing that person's identity was kind of important. But they're like, no, you gotta play the game to find out. Which, I get it, but... I mean, I suppose they also don't matter, considering that they literally disappeared at the end, so...
The tower's observation deck is currently closed for routine maintenance. We look forward to your next visit.
The first day of the Aramis Academy Festival has drawn to a close, and it will continue for another 2 days. Large crowds are expected, so if you plan on attending, we recommend going by train or public transit. Oh, and this just in, we are now learning that President Gramhart will be making an important announcement tomorrow. There's no need to be alarmed, though, as no serious incidents have occurred. We are not at liberty to share all the details, but, yes, we can pass on some of what we heard.
That was much sooner than I anticipated. Professor Cronkite never disappoints. Actually, this may be owed to President Gramhart's leadership.
Hey, Dingo. I promise I'll do my very best. So don't worry. I'll be fine.
Professor Hamilton, I leave the rest to you.
Ishgal Mountains on the eastern side of the Republic. And it appears that we will be getting an official announcement of Zemuria's first Space Force base.
Okay, so I'm guessing she has a bigger part than I thought. Gatra, what the fuck is up with your grandmother?
You sacrificed everything for this dingo.
Also, Dingo was the one who perished.
Thanks to you, we might just make it in time.
Okay, well, I guess we learned who was the shocking identity. Dingo. I mean, I've never played the opening, because personally, I don't really care for it. It says Past Trails, so... that's so much. So... they did summaries for Daybreak, but that's about it. So... I guess if you want the trails in the sky and what have you, you gotta look at this. But they do have a timeline. I'm sorry, it's just crazy to me how... Wait, let me see. So the game starts at 12:02. Huh. Because usually with games they do like, oh my god. What the hell's going on with my controller? Oh my god. Goddamn. They're not directly related after all. I mean, to this, probably not. Because I'm pretty sure, like, if we're looking at all this, because I guess it shows in the sky, then Sky SC. Well, I mean, I feel like they are, well, no. You said directly related. So yeah, maybe not directly, but they are still pretty related. Because, as you can see here with, like, the timeline, everything is still pretty much connected. But I suppose it also makes sense that they're not directly related, because from Daybreak to now, it's been all about Van. I have no idea who the main characters are for, like, Sky, Zero Azure, Cold Steel, and Reverie. I assume it's not Van. So, it would make sense that, you know, it was also, like, in the past as well. So obviously, you know, different people, different places, different points of views. Oh, it's Kevin! So Kevin was a protagonist. Okay. So what did happen to Joshua? Because I feel like I've seen Estelle's name before, but I can't remember Joshua. Same universe, different time periods, guys, far more low tech if I recall. Well, yeah. I don't know, when they started getting very techy. Because currently, right now, they're like, tech the fuck out. I want to assume that maybe it starts in 07? I don't know. Because Sky was literally only like 7 years ago. Embracer. So this is about the guild? Okay. No, rivals of the Bracers, never mind. Oh, so this one stars Reen. Gotcha. So Reen did have his screen time. Let's see, so Reen is the Cold Steel person. Damn! 4? They must have really liked Reen. Like, damn! 4 games. I did not know that there were so many games. Oh my god. Okay, so they bring back Lloyd. And Reen stays, apparently. They really loved Reen. He's in 5 fucking games. It's like everybody else got like 2. Well, not Kevin, but yeah, it's like at most they got like 2 or 1, but they gave him 5 games. Estelle and Joshua and Sky. No, I meant in this game I feel like that they've mentioned their names before. And that maybe they showed like pictures. That's what I meant by like, I feel like I've seen it before. But then it also makes me wonder. Did they ever like... They had to have. Because I think I see Kevin back there. Because I'm like, do they like introduce like the potential new protagonists in the previous game? At least, or somewhere before they make them a protagonist? Because it's like, when you read from all of this and you see like everything about Reen and then they just suddenly come out of nowhere with Van, it's like, huh? Who is he? So it just makes me wonder, like, do they end up mentioning the next protagonist? I should replay Sky. Seems like a good Steam Deck game. I wouldn't know. It's been like 20 years. This has been going on for 20 years? Damn. History. Okay. Now that I'm aware of how many games that they actually have, I don't know. I don't know if I can go all the way back to the beginning. Because, like, if they're all as long as this one, have mercy on my soul. I mean, it should be fine as long as it's fun, yeah? But yeah, you know what? I think I might be okay with just, you know, reading or like watching lore videos. Okay. Ah, okay, so here we go. So, well, no, because they did mention that, didn't they? In the timeline? Yeah, in 1150. So I guess it's just been growing at an exponential rate since 1150. The whole tech thing. Ain't no JRPG if it doesn't take 80 hours to finish the story. You're right about that. Oh man. Honestly, you know what? Let me see if I could like find a lore video. Okay. It is 4 hours. Oh my god. But I mean, hey, I guess there's a lot, so. Part of me wants to, but I'm also like, should we really? It's like 4 hours. I mean, I guess I could split it up between streams, I guess. Watch like an hour. And then another hour next stream. And then another hour. Alright, but if we're gonna do that, I need you silent. Because even though I can mute it for you guys, I will still hear it. Everybody else to fall asleep too. Perfect. What do you mean fall asleep too? It's like, what time is it for you? Like 7. What do you mean fall asleep? Uh, nice. Gotta love that it's not even in frame. Okay, there we go. Like I said, we'll just like watch an hour of it. Just an hour, promise. And then we'll continue next stream. So I will stop exactly at the 1 hour mark.
Its dedication to tell an overarching story over its 20-year lifespan. Trails is mostly well known for its detailed world building by crafting a world that truly feels lived in. Countries have a range of political systems, NPCs have unique dialogue that changes day to day, newspapers detail events that are happening around the country, heck, there's even in-universe original novels. However, when you take into account that there are 13 games with over 1,200 years worth of history and script sizes that compare to actual novels, it's understandable that plot points or motives can get lost on a player after some time. That's why I want to step forward and provide a summary for all of these games for people who have spent some time away from the series. For those not familiar with myself, my name is Calum and I've been a Trails fan for more than 5 years and I'm one of the editors for the Kiseki Wiki. Before I start the summary, I'd like to first shout out Lady Virgilia and the Kiseki Wiki as both were excellent sources while making this video. Since I've tried to condense these games as much as possible, I'll only be covering the main story, so these videos are not intended to be substitutes for playing the games themselves. As is the nature of this series, I've also created a master playlist for each game which will be updated in the future when more games are released and this compilation becomes outdated. With that out of the way, let's start with the game that started it all. We start our journey in the year 1197. A young girl named Estelle waits in her home when her father, Cassius, returns. It's only when Cassius reveals that
In my defense, it's been a long week and I've been struck with the plague. Oh no, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better though. Or take some of my good luck. Maybe you'll get lucky and get healed. Okay, so it only does Daybreak 1. That's fine, I guess.
he brought back an injured boy with black hair and amber eyes. The boy's name is Joshua, and Cassius explains that he will be Estelle's new adopted brother. We jump 5 years into the future.
So they're
Estelle and
adopted.
Joshua meet up with Charizard at the Bracer Guild to undergo the Junior Bracer exam. Estelle and Joshua venture into the sewers, defeat monsters, and obtain their client's item and return to the surface. Charizard informs them that they've passed the exam and are now Junior Bracers. Soon after, the guild receptionist, Aina, is panicked after 2 kids have been spotted around Esmeralda's tower, which is known to have monsters lurking. Estelle and Joshua make their way to the tower and manage to catch up to the children before they can get hurt. However, from Estelle's lack of experience, she almost gets ambushed by a monster from behind. Luckily, she is saved by Cassius, whom Aina managed to contact after talking with Estelle. They all make their way home when Cassius explains over dinner that he will leave Verone for a couple of weeks on bracer duties, leaving behind some quests for Estelle, Joshua, and Charizard. One of the jobs requires Estelle and Joshua to retrieve a Septium Crystal for Mayor Claus. While handing the crystal over, they notice a girl named Josette in a Genis Royal Academy outfit. Afterwards, they assist reporter Niall and photographer Dorothy to the top of Esmeralda's tower. When they reach the top, they meet someone already there. The man is Professor Alba, who is an archaeologist who has taken an interest in the tower. However, after returning to the guild, the mayor explains how he's been robbed and that the Septium Crystal has been stolen. Estelle, Joshua, and Charizard begin the investigation and deduce Josette must be the culprit. They make their way to Mistwald Forest and witness Josette with the crystal. They then begin battle before Josette's brother Kyle aids in Josette's escape. After returning the crystal to the mayor, Estelle and Joshua get a recommendation from the Roland Brandt of the Bracer Guild. Suddenly, the guild receives a message from the Bose Brandt informing that the airship Lind has gone missing, the same airship Cassius was on. Estelle, Joshua, and Charizard decide to make their way to the Bose region to investigate. Before leaving, Estelle opens up to Joshua about how she lost her mother during the 100 Days War a decade prior. Upon arriving to Bose, they head to the Bracer Guild where receptionist Legrand updates them on the disappearance of the airship. General Morgan is investigating the issue, but refuses to share the details with the general public or even the guild, as the army and the guild have a complicated relationship. Therefore, the three focus on helping Mayor Mabel's request to ask for details on the case from Morgan, as it's affecting the market price. The three make their way to Haken Gate, concealing the fact that they are Bracers, where we find out that the airship was hijacked by the Kapoor family, the Sky Bandits that were involved last chapter. Unfortunately, Estelle slips up and makes Morgan aware that they are Bracers, which causes him to throw them out. Scheherazade and Morgan begin to bicker before they are interrupted by Olivia, a travelling bard from Erebonia. After a little tune, Morgan makes the group leave so the Bracers and Olivia return to Bose and report back to Mabel. Mabel wishes the trio to continue their investigation and obtain a tip from Niall to make their way to Revenue Village. After talking to one of the kids, they explain how on the night of the disappearance he saw two shadows flying over the village. They then head to the mines when they find the Sky Bandits and begin to battle Kyle, but he manages to get away using a smoke bomb. Although the Sky Bandits escape, the trio investigate the airship for any hostages but find none. However, as they begin to leave, General Morgan and his army surround the ship and arrest the Bracers. While in the cell, they notice Olivia has also been locked up. Luckily, Mabel comes to save them, including Olivia, so the four begin to investigate the civilians for any more clues. One citizen mentions how his
Hold on a minute. Did you take your name from him? I was like, huh, that's suspiciously spelled the same way. I see now, I see. A true Trails fan, aren't you? Oh, it's your actual. It would have been funny though, if it was true. It would have been funny. Damn, you should have played into the bit, man. Should have been Should have been like, yeah. That guy was so cool. I just had to have the same name.
His friend at Valeria Lakeshore noticed some shady figures recently, so the group make head there. They set up base and wait for the bandits to appear, when they overhear Kyle mention how their ship is parked nearby. The group find the airship at Amberol Tower and hop on. The group ends up at the Sky Bandits' hideout at Nabar Valley and begin to rescue the hostages. However, after saving all the hostages, Estelle notices how they haven't come across Cassius anywhere. The hostages then mention that Cassius actually got off the lynch before it took off. Before fighting, Josette and Kyle notice that Dawn is acting more violent than usual. Only after the group defeat the siblings does Dawn's personality go back to normal. The army then arrives and arrests the Sky Bandits, so the group returns to the Bracer Guild where they receive their second recommendation. While at the guild, Estelle receives a letter and a parcel. The letter is from Cassius and explains that he will be away on Bracer's work and won't be back before the Queen's birthday. They then open the parcel where they find a black ornament and a letter attached from a person called Kay, asking them to bring this black ornament to Professor R. Confused by all of this, they decide to continue their Bracer duties across Liberl. Olivia and Scheherazade say their goodbyes as they leave via airship. Though on their journey, Scheherazade catches Olivia talking to someone on what looks like an artifact, which she calls him out on as he has no right of owning them as they belong to the Septian Church. Estelle and Joshua arrive at Rouen where they bump into a boy named Clem who pickpockets Estelle's Bracer badge. They track the boy down at Mercia Orphanage and retrieve the badge. They are then introduced to Chloe, who helps out at the orphanage in her spare time when she's not busy at Genis Royal Academy. Chloe shows the two around Rouen before they meet Jean, the receptionist of the Bracer Guild. The next day, Jean informs the two that the orphanage had burnt down the night prior, though luckily everyone was able to escape. The two are then tasked with investigating the fire. With the assistance of Chloe, they meet with the matron at Menorah Inn, who explains a man with silver hair saved her and the children. Mayor Dalmore interrupts the discussion with his assistant Gilbert, assuming that Ravens were responsible for the fire. Overhearing this, Clem makes his way to the Ravens' hideout, which causes Estelle, Joshua, and now Chloe to assist in defending them before Agate, an ex-Raven member, attacks their leader. The four head back to the guild when Agate takes over the investigation, which allows Estelle and Joshua to help out with the Genis Royal Academy festival. With the school play finished, the school offers Teresa the money that they raised to help rebuild the orphanage. However, while walking back, Teresa was ambushed and the money was stolen. Joshua deduces that sleeping powder was used, so she should be safe. This is when Agate enters the room and joins the party in helping to get the money back. Chloe's falcon, Zeke, helps the group, pointing them towards Varenne Lighthouse, where they find Raven members but seem to be under the influence of some sort of drug. The group make their way to the top where they find Gilbert pulling the strings, who with Dalmar had planned to burn the orphanage down for the estate. The Jaegers end up betraying Gilbert by shooting him and making a run for it. Agate chases them while Estelle, Joshua and Chloe head back to Teresa to return the money. The next day, Estelle and Joshua inform Jean what happened, which causes him to get the royal army involved to arrest Dalmor. After catching Dalmor trying to sell the estate to Duke Dunan, this causes Dalmor to release monsters on the group. After defeating them though, Dalmor uses his final trick by using a Cronus Rod, an artifact that has the ability to paralyze a person's mobility. Before getting shot, the black ornament that Estelle carries activates and neutralizes the Cronus Rod, causing the group to chase Dalmor. Upon sailing away, the Arsail, the Royal Guard ship, prevents him from escaping. However, upon being arrested, Dalmor claims to have no recollection of the events that had transpired. Estelle and Joshua make their way to the Bracer Guild, where Jean congratulates them and provides them with their third recommendation. Chloe walks Estelle and Joshua to the Air Letten, wishing them the best of luck, though she makes mention that she might see them in Gransel as she'll be visiting her family during the Queen's birthday. As the two walk towards Zeiss, they bump into a girl with blonde hair. They keep an eye on her before defending her from some monsters. The girl's name is Tita, and she actually works for the Zeiss Central Factory, so she guides them towards the city of Zeiss before returning to work. Estelle and Joshua meet Kilika, the guild receptionist who writes the letter of introduction to the head of Zeiss Central Factory. The two meet up with Murdoch to show him the ornament and letter. He recognizes that Professor R is Professor Russell and sends them to meet him. Tita is actually the granddaughter of Professor Russell, so she takes them to her home. However, when she tries to introduce them to her grandfather, Russell is too absorbed in his work to notice them. Eventually, Professor Russell begins to examine the ornament until it activates like last time when Dalmor almost shot the Bracers, but this time all ornament technology within the city has been deactivated. The analysis is abandoned, which causes the ornaments to reactivate, with Professor Russell referring to the effect as the orbital shutdown phenomenon. While trying to saw open the ornament, Murdoch interrupts the group, informing them that the pump at Elmo Village has broken down and requires immediate repairs. Tita persists that she knows how to fix the pump, so Estelle and Joshua assist in escorting her to the village. While there, Tita fixes the pipe and innkeeper Mao offers the group a stay overnight for free. They take up her offer and return to Zeiss the next morning. However, upon returning, they notice that Zeiss Central Factory is filled with smoke, and it turns out that Professor Russell is missing. Agate then appears to help in the search, where they see Professor Russell being kidnapped by familiar-looking Jaegers from the previous chapter. After the Jaegers disappear without trace, they obtain a lead from Professor Albert mentioning how he saw suspicious figures at Cornelia Tower. Tita wishes to come along, but Agate dismisses her as she's only 12 years old and would most likely get in the way. The three make their way to the top of the tower and fight against the Jaegers, but while trying to save Professor Russell, Tita appears and Agate leaps in front of her, defending her from an incoming bullet. The Jaegers get away with Professor Russell, and Agate slaps Tita, blaming her for the failure to save her grandfather.
I'm not gonna lie, I agree. I agree, I blame her too. I told your ass to stay home. What did you do? Come here and cause problems. That's what I hate so much. When useless people insist on coming along and just making everything worse. I really hate that. But I suppose it was necessary for the plot to move forward. Suppose.
On the way back to Zeiss, the group bump into a fellow Bracer Zin before Agate begins to pass out. They rush Agate back to Zeiss and find out that the bullet that he was shot with was laced with poison. Although not a cure, if the group can obtain Zemurian moss, Agate should live. Zin agrees to help the group and they succeed.
Oh, Zin is in this.
The next day, Kilika informs the group that the army has abandoned their investigation on the kidnapping of Professor Russell.
Zin?
Suspicious of this,
Oh my god.
then shows the group a photo of an airship that resembled the aircraft the Jaegers used to kidnap Professor Russell on top of Cornelia Tower. Suspiciously enough, the ship was near Leifson Fortress. With this, Estelle, Joshua, Agate and Tita infiltrate the fortress and catch Colonel Richard questioning Professor Russell how the Black Ornament works. After saving Professor Russell, the group is successful in escaping with the assistance of Major Sid. While outside, the group split up where Professor Russell requests Estelle and Joshua to head to Gransel and inform the Queen what Colonel Richard is up to. The two make their way to Gransel until Estelle and Joshua meet up with Elnan, the receptionist at the Bracer Guild. While investigating, the two find out that the Queen is currently ill and thus Duke Dunan and Colonel Richard have split responsibility. While watching a fighting tournament, they find out that the prize is an invitation to the royal dinner party. Estelle and Joshua join Zin's team as this would be the only opportunity for them to get into the castle and to meet with Her Highness. Zin agrees with the two to join them, but he recommends that they find a fourth member, when with perfect timing Olivia offers to help them. In between rounds, Estelle and Joshua meet with Niall and inform him of Colonel Richard's doings in the previous chapter. Niall suspects that he's been pulling the strings from behind the scenes since the beginning and decides to investigate the matter later. After some more battles, Niall shares all the information regarding Colonel Richard, Captain Amalthea, and 2nd Lieutenant Lawrence. Later that night, Estelle and Joshua are given a letter to meet with someone at the cathedral. This turns out to be 1st Lieutenant Swartz, who we met at the end of chapter 2. She gives a letter to the two and requests to give said letter to head maid Hilda, who can assist with organising a meeting with the Queen. The final round of the tournament begins, and Estelle's group is victorious. Though before the group can make their way to the castle, Olivia is dragged away by Major Vander as to prevent an international scandal, as Erebonia and Liberal's relationship is already strained as it is. While at the castle, Estelle and Joshua manage to find Hilda and give her the letter. They meet in private and then begin to plan how they will meet with the Queen. Ultimately, Hilda dresses the two up in maid outfits to Joshua's dismay to meet with the Queen. Finally, in Her Highness's presence, Estelle and Joshua are able to share everything that they've learnt about Colonel Richard. Queen Alicia informs the two about strange ornament regions deep below the castle, which were thought to be connected to an artifact. Following on, she shares the story of how Cassius was a massive help during the 100 Days War with Erebonia. Ultimately, his assistance most likely led them to victory. Unfortunately, the death of his wife was the reason why he left the military. All of this information Estelle was not even aware of. Queen Alicia ends their meeting by making a request to save her granddaughter, who is being held hostage at the Herb Royal Villa. She is aware that Colonel Richard and Duke Dunan are behind this, as they are ignoring her requests and are planning a coup d'etat. The next day, Estelle, Joshua and Zen begin recruiting bracers in the area, and with the assistance of Schwartz, plan on how they will save the hostages. After raiding the villa, Estelle comes face to face with Princess Claudia, who turns out to actually be Chloe, who we met in Chapter 2. As a last resort, the intelligence division hold a hostage at gunpoint, but luckily, Scheherazade and Olivia are able to get the upper hand and prevent the hostage from getting hurt. The group continues to liberate the castle from the intelligence division to try and save the Queen, but it's Second Lieutenant Lawrence who stands in their way. After defeating Estelle, Chloe and Scheherazade, Lawrence takes off his mask and declines any pity given to him by the Queen, as she is aware of the name Hamal. After that, he states that Colonel Richard is already beneath the castle before leaping off the castle. With that, everyone regroups and head towards the depths of the castle to meet with Colonel Richard and stop his plan. After catching up with him, Richard explains that compared to Erebonia and Calvard, Liberal is a small country with limited military power. Therefore, by obtaining the power of one of the 7 Septarian, Liberal would wield the power to prevent a war like the 100 Days War from happening ever again. However, Joshua questions Richard, as there's no way he should possess the knowledge that he has, but he, just like Don Capua and Mayor Delmore, is unsure how he obtained this information. After fighting Richard, the Black Ornament activates and an Archaism approaches them with the goal to kill them. Even with the group and Richard attacking the Archaism, it won't stay down. It's only until Cassius appears that the day is saved. After everything settles down, Cassius knocks some sense into Richard for his hunger for power and the idolization of himself. He then explains that he himself was not the sole reason for Liberal's survival, but instead it was the cooperation of everyone with he himself hunger for power and the idolization of himself. He then explains that he himself was not the sole reason for Liberal's survival, but instead it was the cooperation of everyone within the military. A week later, the Queen's celebration is in full swing, with Estelle and Joshua receiving their final recommendation from Elnan, promoting them to senior racers. While the two rest, Professor Alba approaches Joshua, who is on his own, where he reveals that he was actually the mastermind behind everything. Professor Alba was just an alias. His real name is George Weissman, the third Anguis of Ouroboros. He was the one who manipulated people's memories, and the way he was able to do it was by having Joshua as his puppet. Joshua is actually Enforcer 13 and was under the control of Weissman, who spied on Cassius' every move. That night, Joshua opens up to Estelle about his past. He shares that an incident had left him without a heart. It wasn't until a man was able to fix him that the man shaped Joshua into becoming an assassin who would kill with no remorse. That was until one day he was assigned to assassinate Cassius Bright, but he was no match for him. Upon being defeated, Cassius would save him by bringing him to their home and adopting him into the Bright family. It's only until Joshua hands over his harmonica and plans to leave that Estelle confesses her love to him. He goes in to kiss Estelle, but laces it with a sedative. This causes Estelle to fight to stay awake before Joshua bids his goodbye.
I'm sorry, what? It's like, oh my god. It's like we were deep in the lore, talking about how there was all these secret plots and whatnot, and then suddenly, yeah, she confesses her love to him. What? What? That came out of nowhere. I mean, maybe there were hints in the game, obviously. But she was like, ooh, I think I like Joshua. But in the summary, it's just kind of like, what? What? Enunciate when you say bracers? What do you think he's saying? It's okay. Got a sense of what Trails in the Sky was. Will I remember it? Definitely not. But I understand. I understand. So then next we'll be going into the second one. It's only been 15 minutes? It feels like it's been much longer than that. That's so crazy. It feels like it's been longer than 15 minutes.
Estelle wakes up to find Joshua gone. While travelling back to Roland, she meets and talks to Father Kevin, a travelling priest of the Septian Church. Arriving home, she finds no one. Cassius arrives and comforts his daughter, who pledges to take on Ouroboros to save Joshua. Cassius supports her by sending her to a training camp for bracers in Le Mans, the state where the Bracer HQ is located. Estelle, alongside Annalise, one of the bracers she met at the tournament, trained together over the course of 2 months. After completing their training, the two return to Grantil and Estelle begins her journey to locate Ouroboros. We as the player then witness a meeting between Weissman, Lawrence, whose real name is Louvet, and Campanella, Enforcer Zero of Ouroboros.
Wait a minute. No, maybe they're different. Because I was thinking that he looks similar to the person that that full-cut professor was trying to ask help from. But now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know. I don't know if I'm remembering right. I don't know.
Location within Liberal. We then cut to Joshua and the Kapur bandits in southern Arabonia placing flowers at a grave.
Is it?
We begin the chapter with Captain Schwartz, who's escorting Kevin to the reverie in the Grantil Castle depths. He comments that he's seen something like this before in Calvert. We then return to Estelle, who decides to investigate Ouroboros in Rouen with either Scheherazade or Agathe, while Annalise and the other—
So wait, Ouroboros has been around since 1202. Well, no, probably earlier than that. Because I think I saw them mentioned earlier in the timeline. Damn, Ouroboros has been around a long time. You'd think by now that they learned that no matter what they do, they're gonna keep taking L's. You think they'd give up by now? Like, it's been like how many years? Hold on. Let me take a look. What did the timeline say? Okay, so they don't really mention it. We'll mention them. But even so, it's like, bro. Bro, you've taken so many L's after all these years. What are you doing? It's time to, you know, quit. It's time to quit. Sorry. Okay, let's continue.
The person Estelle doesn't choose, investigate in Roland. While in Rouen, Jean mentions how there have been signs of a ghost over Rouen. It's during this investigation Olivia and then later Chloe join the party. Estelle witnesses the ghost herself, and so the group follow it underneath the old building at Genis Royal Academy. They then meet Bleblanc, Enforcer 10, who has been the ghost. He's been experimenting with a gospel which projects a hologram of himself, which was the ghost the people in Rouen had been seeing. Upon defeating the archaism he summoned, Bleblanc flees and Estelle and co return to the guild, where they are tasked with moving to Zeiss to continue their investigation. We then see Bleblanc and Louvet talking in the night about these experiments, before they are interrupted by a presence and disperse. Luckily, Kevin, who was eavesdropping, was not caught. When Estelle and co arrive in Zeiss, they experience an earthquake. They meet with Kilika, who informs them that multiple earthquakes have hit the Zeiss region recently, but no other region has experienced such a thing. She wishes for them to investigate the phenomenon. Professor Russell theorizes that someone is manipulating the septium veins, which causes Tita to join the group. After some research, Professor Russell deduces that the origin of the earthquake seemed to be around Elmo village. Estelle and Co then stumble upon a cave near the village where they meet a man. His name is Walter, Enforcer 8, who has been using a gospel to trigger the earthquakes before summoning creatures to attack the group. After defeating them, Walter strikes the group and with only a single hit has them all on their knees before Zinn jumps in to save the group. When the group returns to the guild, they are ordered to move to Grantil to continue their investigation. While on their way to their investigation...
That was it? Chapter 2 was hella short.
While on their way to Gransel, Zin explains to Estelle that he and Kilka want to know Walter as they would also lead the same title cell of martial arts. However, Walter began to seek more power before killing their master, Kilka's father, and then leaving. After arriving in Gransel, Elnyn informs the group that there's a child who is missing her parents at the Herb Royal Villa. They make their way before meeting a girl named Ren. As her parents have yet to be found, they bring her back to the Bracer Guild where she and Tita remain upstairs. The group is instructed
She's
to
tiny.
investigate a situation where multiple parties, including foreign bodies, were sent threatening letters before the signing of the Non-Aggression Pact. This is an agreement where Liberal will share their technology with Erebonia and Calvard to prevent violence and invasions from both superpowers, especially in regard to the state of Crossbell. After a failed attempt of finding the sender of these threats, nor Ren's parents, the group decide to think things over. Meanwhile, Annalise and the partner you didn't choose come across a campsite with some Ouroboros soldiers in Bose. The two defeat the soldiers when Campanella
Wait, he said Annalise and the partner you didn't choose?
these threats, nor Ren's parents, the group decide to think things over. Meanwhile, Annalise and the partner you didn't choose come across a campsite with
Wait. So, wait, huh? So you have to choose between them and someone else? Who do you... So wait, who was the other person that you would pick? Like, who did they pick? If not this person? I'm confused. Everything it goes to sometimes. Disappointing how his legal name wasn't actually Sunglasses Man. I know, right? It's like, they come up with like these funny names for them before they reveal the name. It's like, you know what? You ever think that name is better than what you named them? Oh, we have ads. Alright, well, we'll take a short break so the ads can finish. I know you, Ollie, you don't have ads, but we may have people watching that do. But so far, okay. But it is nice to see, though, that they have characters constantly coming back in their games. Because it's not often that, games do that when they have sequels and whatnot. Usually they're like, alright, this person's going to show up this time and never again. Like, that's like, I know, I'm pretty sure I mentioned this before, but it's pretty prevalent in gacha games to have somebody show up. And that's not including, like, limited time events. But they have people show up and then never again. Entirely immune to ads. As you do. As you do. But yeah. So we'll be stopping, like... You know what? It'd probably be best to just finish 0. Because I did say an hour, but pretty much there's like 3 minutes left of 0 after an hour, so... We'll watch up to 0. But I will say, I am locked in. Did they ever mention Alba in Horizon? I don't know, because like I said, anytime that they like speak about people, I'm like, I don't know who that is. Until it, like, they even go as far as to like show a picture in case like people forgot what they look like. And I'm still like, I don't know who that is. But hey, at least now I can be like, hey, I know who that is now. Kind of. Alright, the ads are over. We can now continue.
with some Ouroboros soldiers in Bose. The two defeat the soldiers when Campanella greets the two before decimating the defeated soldiers and vanishing. We then find out Joshua and the Kapur family again defeating the same kind of soldiers. The next day, Estelle and Co have to find a missing Ren before finding her. Before entering the guild, Ren gives Estelle a letter who said was given to her by a boy with black hair. Estelle believes this to be Joshua and goes to Garund Gate after reading the letter. However, she finds Kevin, who had a similar letter before both are assaulted by archaisms, but managed to defeat them. Estelle and Kevin bump into Philip, who is looking for the Duke, but when they return to the guild, they find everyone unconscious. They find a letter explaining that the Duke and Ren have been taken hostage, so Estelle, Kevin, and Sherazade head to the warehouses where ex-Captain Amalthea plans to invade Grancel Castle with an order.
Wait.
So Estelle, Kevin, and Sherazade head to the warehouse.
So I'm guessing... Okay, so you had to choose between Sherazade and this other person. Okay. Right? Am I understanding that right?
They find a letter explaining that the Duke and Ren have been taken hostage, so Estelle, Kevin, and Sherazade head to the warehouses where...
Okay, yeah. Okay, I think I'm understanding that right. So, whoever this character is, and Sherazade who you pick between. Got it.
Ex-Captain Amalthea plans to invade Grancel Castle with an orbital tank, demanding the release of ex-Colonel Richards. It's not until the Royal Army try to stop her that Canone uses a gospel to trigger a similar orbital outage seen back in first chapter. However, Kevin uses a Kronos Rod confiscated from Mayor Delmore to disable the gospel. Julia then joins the party where the group defeat the tank and Duke Dunan is free. But when Estelle questions where Ren is, Canone is confused until Ren is spotted above the warehouse and reveals that she is the mastermind behind everything that had happened, from the threatening letters, knocking the guild unconscious, and the kidnapping of the Duke. For she is Ren, Enforcer 15 of Ouroboros before taking her leave with Patamata, a giant mech that she views as her true guardian.
Okay. Because I do remember Ren saying, I am no longer that, and moving on. Because I think Yorda said it, right? Angel, what was it, Angel Sanctuary?
Ouroboros before taking her leave with Patamata.
Oh, sorry. It's a sanctuary. But yeah, I remember that. Okay, so she was part of Ouroboros at some point. So when did she leave Ouroboros? Because she can't be that much older. Because, like, yeah, she does look like a child, but we also don't know how old she is. Because they didn't really mention it. Because she could be, like, 13, you know? And then if she's 13 and it's been, like, what is it? Is this 1203? I think it's 1203. And then you add like 6 years. That'd put her at like 19. Well, no, because if she is attending Aramis Academy, she'd at least have to be 16, 17. Or 18. Because she is older than them, I believe. So if we assume that she's 18 in this current game, that means 6 years ago she was 12. Anime plot twist moment, she only looks 13 but is actually a 10-year-old vampire. Ah, yes, the classic. It's not a lolly if it's, you know, ancient old. I don't bother you with that stuff. It's like, y'all do your thing. I don't have the time or patience to deal with that. So yeah, again, like I said, I'm assuming she's 18. Since, like I said, they have mentioned that she's like older than them, I think. And I'm going off based off of Nez's age, because technically she's still 16, but she will be 17 in like 3 days. So I'm basically going off her 17 age, because it doesn't make sense to keep calling her 16 when she's literally going to be 17 in 3 days. So I just made her like a year older than that. Anyways, let's continue. I'm sorry.
Giant mech that she views as her true guardian. Everyone returns to the guild where Kevin reveals that he's actually a Dominion. These are individuals part of the Grolls Ritter, which is part of the Septium Church, who are responsible for hunting heretics and people who use artifacts. Kevin trusts the group with this information as it's not widely known, but more importantly, he was tasked with investigating Ouroboros, so they should team up. Before heading to Bose to continue their investigation, Dorothy shows Estelle a picture she caught the night before. In the photo shows Joshua with the Kapoor family flying their bobcat. En route to Bose, the airship is forced to stop at Roland due to heavy fog. While at the guild, Mayor Claus storms in alarmed that multiple people within the city have been falling unconscious since the fog has loomed over the city. Estelle and co begin to investigate the phenomenon until they get a lead from a bracelet about hearing a bell near Mistwald. The group make their way through the forest when they are surrounded by fog and feel like as if they are going in circles, until they find a gospel on a giant tree. But before they can grab it, the whole group fall unconscious and we see Estelle have a dream where she was younger when her mother was still alive. After waking, Luciola, Enforcer 6, makes her introduction to the group. Scheherazade is surprised as Luciola was like a sister to her as they both came from the same travelling circus. Luciola was using the gospel with her illusion magic to cast the fog over Roland and putting the residents into a deep sleep, though the figure in front of them was only an illusion herself. We then see Louvet and Weissman enter a cave preparing for the final experiment.
Damn, chapter 4 ended quickly.
Make their way to Bose, where Legrand warns the group that a dangerous monster has been appearing recently within the area. All of a sudden, they hear a powerful roar and run outside to witness Louvet riding a dragon and crashing on top of the Bose market. Louvet introduces himself as the group as Enforcer 2 before running away with Agate chasing the dragon down. The guild then receives a call from Ravennew village of the dragon attacking, but before the group can arrive, the dragon had already charred all of their crops before heading north. Agate manages to catch up to Louvet and the two begin to duel, but Agate is no match for Louvet before snapping his blade in two. The group catch up to Agate before the military make their arrival, but Louvet and the dragon escape. General Morgan warns the Bracers to not get too involved, which causes Agate to target his frustration at the man for the military's inability to save people before collapsing. Back at the village, the general explains that during the 100 Days War, Ravennew village was caught up in the Erebonian invasion, and this caused the death of many people, including Mishka Krosna, Agate's little sister. General Morgan then agrees to work with the Bracers to handle the dragon problem. With the help of the Royal Army's Arsail, they use tranquilizers to sedate the dragon. But when they think they have got the dragon under control, a gospel triggers the dragon to awake and fly away, while the Arsail chases the dragon. Even at the top speed, the dragon gets away. The group make their way to Nabar Valley and they find the dragon, and after a long battle break the gospel free in the beast. He then introduces himself as Ragnar, the holy beast of the Septarian, before apologizing for what he had done and flies away. Legrand gets intel from Kurt that they believe they know the location of Ouroboros' hideout. However, since the group had been working so hard recently, he recommends that they take a break at Valeria Lake. They rest until Kurt appears injured and lacks part of his memory once again, until Kevin steps in to help him using thaumaturgy. Kurt then explains that Ouroboros' base is located off the lake and has remained hidden using a projection. However, the other members of Kurt's squad were defeated after they attempted to infiltrate the facility but were defeated. Estelle, Kevin, and two allies of your choosing make their way through the hideout and manage to find and cure Grant, Kana, and Annalise before stumbling across Joshua. However, this is a decoy and Weissman knocks the group out using gas and kidnaps Estelle, bringing her onto their ship, the Glorious. Estelle awakes and is greeted by Ren, who takes her to meet Weissman. He introduces himself as Anguis III of Ouroboros before the other enforcers appear and invite Estelle to join their ranks. Estelle returns to her room where Louvet explains that she is unfit to be an enforcer as she lacks the darkness to become one. He then begins to share the source of his darkness.
Oh lord, here we go.
He lived with Joshua and his sister Karen in a small village called Hamal in Erebonia. However, one night the village was attacked and while trying to escape, he bore witness to the death of Karen who he loved, who had shielded Joshua. As the men raiding the village had Liberalian weaponry, Erebonia declared war with Liberal, which then sparked the 100 Days War. But in reality, those men were not Liberalians, rather they were Jaegers hired by warhawks within the Empire who wanted a reason to invade Liberal. As a result, Erebonia executed those involved with the scheme and made a pledge with Liberal to never make mention of Hamal by pretending that the village was destroyed by a landslide instead. Soon after, Estelle planned to escape but is stopped by Gilbert, who has joined the Enhanced Jaegers. But then, Joshua disguised as an Enhanced Jaeger comes out to help Estelle, where the two make their way to hijack an airship and escape. They end up landing on Gull Seaside Way before the two have a heart-to-heart conversation where Estelle refuses to let Joshua go and for the two to promise to protect one another.
Okay.
Estelle and Joshua reunite with the whole group at Gransel Castle. That is, until Julia interrupts their reunion to inform Queen Alicia that something strange is happening with the Tetrasilic Towers. Before the group can begin their investigation, Olivia leaves as he is needed back in Erebonia. Estelle and co begin to investigate each tower.
So Joshua's just back, just like that? Nothing, like, just like that? I mean, okay, I guess. Okay. Whatever you say.
Tower with the interiors having been completely changed, with the space warping their surroundings. At the top of each tower, a previous enforcer awaits for them. The first is Blanc, then Walter, then Luciola, and finally Ren. After facing against all of them, the group return to the Arsail, where they are interrupted by Weissman, who tells them to head to the deck to bear witness to a real miracle. The entire group rush outside, where a floating city unravels from another dimension over Valeria Lake. Professor Russell demands Julia to land the Arsail, who does so in the nick of time, as the floating city begins to expel a force that absorbs all ultimate power over the entire country of Liberl and the borders of Erebonia and Calvard. And in the distance, the Glorious is seen flying towards the city, unaffected by the orbital blackout as Weissman and the other enforcers gawk in amazement over the power of a Septarian. Since Liberl relied on orbital energy for many things, the citizens are, as you expect, very annoyed as all public transport has stopped working and this is affecting the economy as nothing can be traded. Luckily, Professor Russell has developed a zero-field generator which reverses the effect of the orbital shutdown phenomenon in a small area. He proceeds to give Estelle & Co. 6 of these generators, as it's in their mission to travel across Liberl to hand over one for each Bracer Guild in each region. After providing the guild branches at Roland, Bose, Ruin, and Zeiss, the group head for Gransel. But while on their way, Ouroboros begin the invasion of Gransel, with them wiping out the royal guards with ease as they head towards the castle. By the time the group get to Gransel, the city is in flames and the enforcers have infiltrated the castle. By the time the group catches up, Queen Alicia and Princess Claudia are held captive, though luckily, with the help of Sid and Alan, both are rescued. The enforcers then make their leave. However, before the group can take a breather, they hear reports that Erebonia has approached the border at Hacking Gate with steam tanks. Princess Claudia goes as representative of Liberl, while the group go as her escorts. General Morgan questions what Erebonia is doing as they had signed the Non-Aggression Pact. However, General Vander explains southern Erebonia has been affected by the orbital shutdown phenomenon as well. Princess Claudia intercepts their conversation by explaining that the Liberlian army has already dealt with Ouroboros' plans already. However, the Prince of Erebonia, Prince Olivert, makes his appearance and counters Princess Claudia's point. Ultimately, with the help of Estelle, they are able to convince Olivert to give Liberl enough time to deal with the floating city before Erebonia's intervention.
He was a prince? I mean, you know what? Kinda
Estelle
checks out, yeah.
Way to the Liber Arc before
It checks
Ouroboros
out.
try to shoot them down, but they manage to land on the floating city by the skin of their teeth. Estelle and Co then begin to explore the city when they find Josette. She then explains that the Bobcat ended up crashing on the city during the orbital shutdown phenomenon, and how Ouroboros have kidnapped her brothers. The group continue their investigation until they come across the Glorious and end up saving the Capur brothers. The group then heads towards the Axis Tower and begin climbing it, where they will face off against each enforcer. The first is Blanc, who leaves after his mask is broken. The next is Walter. He reveals that their master had confided in Walter, saying that Zin would be the strongest candidate for Kilika's partner, who would then also take over the dojo, as he was the strongest. However, their master was diagnosed with cancer and wished to end his life in the battle with his greatest student, Walter. The two then decide to settle things once and for all, but Zen is the one who is victorious in the end. Next is Luciola, who reveals that she was the one who killed Mr. Harvey. The reason for this was because the ringleader had shared with Luciola that he had amassed a great amount of debt while running the circus. He would then be leaving as to prevent the other performers from suffering the consequences. Though after this confession, Luciola admits to falling in love with the man, though he rejects her confession for he only saw her as a daughter. As a result, Luciola used her illusion magic to fake the timing of his death and to provide herself with an alibi. After telling this to Scheherazade, Luciola decides to jump off the Axis pillar. Rin is up next, who's angered by Estelle's ignorance for labeling.
She is dramatic. She said, I'm out of here. I'm just gonna jump off because that's perfectly sane. But then again, they're enforcers, so you know what? Yeah.
Ouroboros as an evil organization. This is because when Ren was younger, her parents abandoned her and she was later abused by adults. It wasn't until Ouroboros rescued her that she pledged her alliance with the society as she saw them as her real family. Upon defeat, Ren accuses Estelle as being like adults in her past, though the pain Estelle inflicts on Ren is not out of malice but rather because she cares for the young girl, who seems to have never been given the love that she deserved. Ren is confused by Estelle's affection and flies away with Patamata, reflecting on the ordeal. The final enforcer that remains is Louve, whom is surprised by Joshua for he has found the burning passion that was once lost when he was a child. After battle, the two engage in a one-on-one duel, with Joshua standing victorious. Louve is pleased with Joshua's conviction and opts to leave Ouroboros, but this is before Weissman appears and attacks him and triggers the stigma within Joshua, returning to Weissman's side. After catching up to Weissman, he begins to explain the truth behind the Liber Arc. Over 1,200 years ago, Aidios bestowed humanity 7 treasures known as Septarians across the land that were able to grant miracles. each treasure corresponding to a different element, with the one being behind him being the Septarian of space, the Oriel. The Oriel had the ability to grant the ancient civilization people anything that they desired. But, over time, the population began to lose their purpose in life, for they had everything that they ever needed. This led to the population falling into chaos until Chloe's ancestors helped with banishing the Oriel into another dimension to obtain their purpose back. It's Weissman's plan to use the Oriel for its intended purpose and allow humanity to thrive without having self-sabotage in the form of unwanted emotions. Estelle objects to Weissman's plan, for emotion is the building block for human connection and friendship, and without it, humanity would never properly advance. Annoyed with Estelle, Weissman tests her hypothesis that friendship can overpower anything by forcing Joshua to kill Estelle and see if her relationship with him can overpower the mind control Weissman has on Joshua. Luckily though, thanks to Cassius and Kevin, they were able to predict that Weissman would try to use Joshua's stigma again, so they were able to free Joshua. As a last resort, Weissman fuses with the Oriel and transforms himself into an angel. From the power of the Septarian, no attack can harm Weissman. That is until Louvet appears and uses his Kunvita that is forged using the divergent laws by the Grand Master of Ouroboros. By using it, he's able to shatter Weissman's barrier. The reason for this attack was because Louvet had deduced that Weissman had a role within the Hamal incident. It's then revealed that Weissman was the one who introduced the Jaegers to the Imperial Warhawks. After defeating Angel Weissman, the Oriel disappears with Weissman confused as to what had happened before fleeing. Though because the Oriel had vanished, that meant the power source that was holding the Liber Arc floated was no longer active. Louvet is too injured to escape and says his final goodbye to Joshua before everyone begins to evacuate. We then see Karen approach Weissman, who is confused for the Grand Master's prophecy had not come true. Karen then declares Weissman as a heretic before shooting him and turning the man into a pile of salt. Campanella then arrives, though takes no mind of Kevin, for he only wishes to retrieve the staff that Weissman once used before retreating. We return to the group evacuating when Estelle and Joshua fall behind and the path in front of them is destroyed. As a last result, they begin heading another way, trying to find another route. Though all is lost when the final path crumbles before them. While standing on an unstable pillar, they realize how dire the situation is. They then embrace one another, for this will most likely be the last moments alive before they begin to fall, but by Aelios' will, the two are saved by Cassius Ryan Ragnard. The final scene has Estelle and Joshua returning to Hamal. They visit Karen's grave where they bring Louvet's sword so the two can be with each other in the afterlife. The two then hold hands as they plan to try and find Ren.
Sorry, I just need to stop and digest what I heard. Okay. So that was kind of I will say it didn't hit as hard. Also probably because some of the chapter summaries were short. He was like, so yeah, this happened. Anyway, next chapter. But yeah, it didn't hit the same. SC. Because I think SC was more finishing up the little holes that they left from the first one. Again, that's just me. I don't know anything. Don't take my word for it.
After the Liber Arc incident, Estelle and Joshua work alongside another bracer called Toval, as Jester Jaegers seem to be active in Erebonia again. The trio end up in a town called Alster, where they bump into a girl called Telia.
Oh, this is
Estelle explains to Telia that alongside the
this is a book?
they are looking for a girl called Ren.
It says comic.
Telia resonates with Estelle, as she is still waiting for her brother Kai to return home. Joshua and Toval then hear word that the Jaegers are stationed at a fortress. However, they possess an artifact that is in the form of a ring. While raiding the fortress, Estelle ends up fighting someone who doesn't seem to be a Jaeger but rather a bracer. They first believe that the man is hypnotized, but Toval believes that it could be due to the artifact. All of a sudden, a giant monster attacks the trio. While fighting, they notice a young boy with a ring who seems to be controlling the monster. Estelle identifies that is Tilia's brother, but the three retreat for the monster is too strong. They then realize that the artifact has the ability to steal a person's soul and make them a slave to the ring. This is seen with the colourless eyes. However, Estelle saw that Kai still had some colour in his eyes, so it could be possible that if they remove the ring, they might be able to save him. Tovel uses his arts to fight the monster. Estelle distracts Kai while Joshua steals the ring. They successfully save Kai, who explains that someone had given him the ring, but that's when he began to hear voices that detailed all the sins in his heart, that he began to fall into darkness. That's when Estelle questions where Joshua is, where we see the ring exposing Joshua's sins while he sees all the bodies of all the victims that he was responsible for when he was an assassin. However, Estelle is able to break Joshua out of the judgment, where she then carries the ring. Though because Estelle carries no sins, she's unaffected by the ring, and as such, the four of them are able to escape the fortress. Tilly and Kai reunite when Ayn appears to the group. She requests Estelle to hand over the artifact as it's the church's property, before revealing that she was the contractee for the quest to investigate the Jaegers. As for their reward, she details information on Ren. Ayn tells the pair that Ren didn't return to the society, but instead they'll be able to find her at Crossbell State. The two Braces make their way to Crossbell City, while Tovel and Ayn remain to talk about the two Braces' plan.
Okay.
6 months after the events of second chapter, we see Kevin on board the Rhineford Lusitania for a mission where he must retrieve an artifact called the Fool's Locket, which allows the user to bypass lies as truths. Kevin triggers the security after obtaining the artifact and begins to head for the host before knocking him out. He then jumps off the aircraft with the man in his arms. Kevin successfully lands on the Merkabah before he receives a message from Ayn Zanut, the head Dominion, requesting Kevin to collect an artifact found within Liberl. As such, Kevin heads to Grancel Cathedral alongside Sid and Erica Russell, Tia's mother, as they go into the depth they arrive in the primal ground. It's here where Kevin analyzes the artifact, trying to deduce if it's still active or not. For if it's inactive, then he can hand it over to Erica to try to understand ancient Orbment technology. It's revealed that the artifact was found in Valeria Lake after the Liber Arc had fallen when the Oriel disappeared. It's only when Sister Reese arrives that the artifact shows its true self, with the church then confiscating the artifact. Afterwards, Kevin and Reese leave the cathedral and catch up, as it's been 5 years since they last met. Reese had recently been promoted to Squire, who are the people who help support the Dominion on their missions before they both realise someone is spying on them. They make their way to the port to corner the spy, and it's revealed to be Gilbert. After Reese and Kevin defeat him, a masked man makes his appearance, and the artifact that was collected begins to activate, transporting everyone in.
They really love their masked people. I'm starting to realize this. Like, how many masked people have we had in this alone? Yo.
Into itself. Kevin and Reese find themselves in another dimension in an area called the Hermit's Garden. They begin to explore the first plane until they find a shining stone. They take this stone back to the Hermit Garden, where Tita is released from the stone. She joins the group, and they later find Julia in a similar stone. Eventually, all four find themselves face to face with one of the 77 devils mentioned in the church's testaments.
So wait,
Upon slaying the devil, the same
why were they in
appears
stones?
and introduces himself as Schwarzritter, and makes mention that they are in a world known as Phantasma. He warns the group that his lord wishes to see the group suffer while in this world before fleeing. The group make their way to the second plane, which is an identical copy to Grancel, but with fiends scattered around. They end up finding Mueller, Josette, and Joshua within the plane before making their way to Grancel Castle, when they come across a spirit that gives them a key, which allows them to access the castle depths. In the depths, they find the Lord of Phantasma, who then summons another devil, but the group is able to defeat it and obtain another stone.
Wait,
Who
what?
appears to be the person that was in the stone. The group split up into two groups of four as they split in to explore the third plane. Kevin's group explores the Golden Road, while Reese's group explores the Silver Road. It turns out that each group's captain had to face a replica of one another, so Kevin versus Reese and vice versa, until the two groups merge again. Schwarzritter appears in front of them, congratulating them before making more threats towards them, though Kevin opts to ignore his threats as mere bluffs. After returning to Hermit Garden, Oliver and Zin are released from the stones obtained from the two bosses from last chapter. At this point, Reese decides to leave the party as she feels unwell, but Kevin follows her to ask what's wrong. Reese asks Kevin when he will stop lying to the group, as she can tell that on the surface it may seem that Kevin is friends with everyone, but Reese can tell that he is still hiding things from them. After this exchange, the group investigate the fourth plane, which seems to be a replica of Le Mans State that Estelle and Annalise trained at the beginning of the second chapter. The group explore the plane and are able to find stones that hold Annalise, Scheherazade, and Agate before another devil appears. Luckily, Reese is able to distract the creature, though she is soon hit, and this is when Kevin relinquishes his true power of his stigma on the devil, defeating it. The group return to Hermit Garden, where Estelle finally returns to the group, but before they can celebrate, Kevin faints.
Wow, what a way to end.
The group's mind at ease by explaining that Kevin had overexerted himself from using his stigma. She later explains that the stigma Kevin possesses is different from the one Joshua had, as Joshua's stigma was an artificial stigma created by Weissman, who had stolen the knowledge from the church when he was a bishop, whereas Kevin's stigma is a manifestation of one of the original 12. Possession of these stigmas is required to be one of the 12th Dominion of the Grolsritter. Reese takes charge as captain as her group explores the 5th plane. It's here where they find the last of the Sealing Stones, Alan, Ren, and Celeste Orsiles, Chloe's ancestor who was involved with the stealing of the Oriel from 1,200 years ago, are set free. Celeste begins to answer the group's questions about the nature of Phantasma. The first is that Phantasma was created by the Oriel as a way to grant the ancient civilization their wishes by replicating the real world. Celeste and her assistants created the Recluse Cube as a way to sabotage Phantasma in a way that prevented the Oriel from stopping them. It's only recently that the Lord of Phantasma has appeared in the space, manipulating it to create the planes that the group has already explored. Kevin has recovered enough to rejoin the group as he believes he knows the identity of the Lord of Phantasma, but requires additional information to be sure of their identity.
Wait, what? They brought back Richard? After everything he did? Yeah, okay, sure. Do what you must, I guess.
Phantasma, but requires additional information to be sure of their identity. As a result, the group begin to explore the 6th plane. After many bosses, the group finally approaches Swordsrista, who after being defeated is revealed to be Luve. With his defeat, Kevin is sure of the true identity of Lord of Phantasma as the group continue forth until they find a replica of Aster House, the place that Kevin grew up. After unlocking the secret passageway, the group find another primal ground underneath the location. As the group is walking, Kevin begins to explain his relationship to the location. Kevin grew up as an only child, but at the age of 7, his mother was struggling to take care of herself and her son. As a last resort, she decided to kill Kevin and then herself to end their misery, but Kevin—
What? 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 I'm sorry. That was the only thing she could come up with? She said, yeah, we're not gonna make it out of this, so you know what? Why don't we just, die? Ma'am? Oh my god. See, this is the kind of stuff that I come for, the tragic backstories. You can see in the game, they just glossed past that, but here, he's like, oh yeah, Kevin's mom tried to kill him. What? Okay, but I'll be right back though. I need to get more water and something to snack on. Hello, I'm back. Sorry, I had to close out of it. Otherwise, it was gonna jump back again. I mean, not jump back, jump forward.
Herself and her son. As a last resort, she decided to kill Kevin and then herself to end their misery, but Kevin was able to escape, though when he returned home he witnessed the corpse of his mother. Kevin would live on the streets for the next year until two girls spotted him. This was Reese and her older sister Rufina. The two decided to take the boy with them to Astor House, which was an orphanage run by the church, where he lived for the next 5 years. When he was 16, Kevin decided to become a squire of the church. He would then be trained by the Dominion Rufina swore loyalty to, Einselnut, Dominion 1 of the Grolsritter. Kevin would successfully become part of the Congregation of Divine Worship, though one day, Kevin would be told that the Jaegers had targeted Astor House, so he decided to rush ahead on his own. The problem arose when Reese was held captive in the primal ground and her captor witnessed Kevin, who would then pick up the Spear of Loa artifact. This caused the man to transform into a monster that Kevin had no chance against. Though with Reese close to death, Kevin's stigma emerged and made Kevin lose control. Kevin's stigma had the ability to kill the man, but Kevin was overwhelmed with this new power that by the time Rufina had entered the room, it was too late as she embraced Kevin before being killed by him. As Kevin had manifested a stigma, he was then promoted to Dominion 5, even though he'd killed the head knight of the Grolsritter. Reese is shocked by the news as Rufina's cause of death was left vague as to simply dying on a mission. Although Reese is angry with Kevin, it's not because he was the one who killed her sister, but rather because Kevin had decided to carry this burden on his own without confiding in her. She then deduces that Kevin doesn't hunt heretics to uphold Rufina's wish, but rather as a form of punishment Kevin inflicts upon himself. And on cue, the Lord of Phantasma reveals theirself, where Kevin calls out Rufina to stop wearing the mask. Reese denies that the Lord of Phantasma is really Rufina, as she would never wish to comply with Kevin's punishing himself like this. Rufina then summons a portal below Reese that swallows her up before Kevin jumps into the same portal, where the two fall into Plane 7, a replica of Gehenna. The two make their way through Gehenna, where Kevin is forced to face some of the previous victims that he had witnessed in his life. They finally encounter Weissman, but Kevin's stigma finally evolves, reflecting a white light to demonstrate Kevin has overcome his trauma of forcing himself to appear happy on the surface, to not be a burden for others. The two are able to defeat Weissman and the two devils when the rest of the group manage to find their way to the plane to help the pair. Everyone returns to the Hermit Garden where Kevin explains everything that had happened up to this point. Celeste then informs the group that she has found Rufina's location at the wasteland of Phantasma. Everyone then aboards the Arsail and fly through the plains until they reach Castle Phantasmagoria. Everyone splits into 4 groups of 4, where a copy of the Reverie, Patamata, and Ragnar must be fought. Kevin's group then approaches Rufina, who questions how they propose they will defeat her. That is until Kevin points out that this is in fact not a copy of Rufina, but rather a copy of Kevin's own stigma. After defeating the stigma, the real copy of Rufina is released, which allows Kevin and Reese to have one final conversation. This is due to the final fragment of the stigma remains within Rufina and will not be destroyed. After realizing that he doesn't need to carry the burden alone, Kevin invites Reese to help shoot Rufina with his crossbow so they can share the pain together. Everyone reunites and the exit of Phantasma has finally been unlocked. Everyone says their passing words for the next time they see each other, before Kevin and Reese are the last ones to climb the stairs leaving Phantasma.
Okay. So, I think the one thing I don't get is, was Kevin's stigma always within him? Or did it develop once he joined the church? I wasn't too clear on that point. And what are stigmas anyway? I feel like that's something I need explained. Because I assume they're nothing like Van's little transformation. Okay, I feel like I need more details about that, about stigmas. This is like a little cheeky way of saying, yeah, just because Trails of the Sky is over, doesn't mean we aren't gonna make more games. And they sure as hell did when it came to Cold Steel. Not one, not two, but four. Alright. How much do we have left? Oh, we're almost there. So yeah, like I said, we'll finish up 0. Even though it's past the hour mark, but it's fine. It's fine.
In third, there are a total of 20 doors, though I'll only be recapping the main doors that reflect additional information for either characters or the world. So we'll begin with Moon Door 2. This is a flashback to 5 years after the information for either characters or total as they're passing words for the next time they see each other. In third, there are a total of 20 doors, though I'll only be recapping the main doors that reflect additional information for either characters or the world. So we'll begin with Moon Door 2. This is a flashback to 5 years after the 100 Days War, where we follow a young Scheherazade as a bracer. She is tasked with giving a tour to a young Aina, and while in Gransel Cathedral comes across a blind journalist called Marcel Nielsen. He is able to deduce that Scheherazade is a bracer just from her heir alone. However, Jaegers try hunting Aina down for her inheritance. As a result, the two end up going on a wild chase trying to avoid them. Scheherazade then shares with Aina that when she was younger, she lived in the slums where the only way she was able to survive was by stealing from the rich. She had to live like this until the travelling circus run by ringleader Harvey took her in as a performer. In Moon Door 3, we follow a young Chloe as she enrolls at her first year at Janice Royal Academy, where she befriends the student council body, though the important people to take note of here is Lecter Arundel and Lucy Sayland. Next is Sun Door 1. This provides the backstory of the Kapur family, for they once were Erebonian nobility until one day a merchant by the name of Minith conned the Kapurs out of their savings and forced them to become sky bandits. Then there is Star Door 4 that focuses on Kilka, as Elsa has invited her to join the Rocksmith Agency. This is an intelligence division that reports directly to President Rocksmith in Calvard. Kilka ends up accepting this offer, as since the death of her father, she has struggled to find her place in the world. The most dark door is easily Star Door 15, which details Ren's experience in a place known as Paradise. Ren would remain in a room with 4 other children whom would have to work, though Ren would notice that after their job the children would be injured. The children would have to work, though Ren would notice that after their job the
Gatra? Sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my god. So this is his traumatic past? He also suffered alongside with Ren? Oh my god. I'm gonna pay attention to this one. Alright, time to buckle in, everybody. Sorry, had to pour my chips out.
children would be injured. The children would try to protect Ren from working, though in the case that she was ever requested, they would give her tips that prioritized the customer that had requested her above anything else. Though eventually, Ren and Cross are the only ones left, with Cross frustrated at Ren for keeping him alive for so long. It was only a matter of time until a customer requested Ren for her service, where she is taken out to a room and a man greets her. Ren is then fed a liquid that helps her with her job pleasing the man. We then hear the building set ablaze as a young Luve and Joshua kill all the people pleased Ren for keeping him accepting this offer, as since the death of her father, she has struggled to find her place in the world. The most dark door is easily...
Sorry. I was like, wait, let me understand this real quick. Is it what I think it is?
Star Door 15, which details Ren's experience in a place known as Paradise. Ren would remain in a room with 4 other children whom would have to work, though Ren would notice that after their job the children would be injured. The children would try to protect Ren from working, though in the case that she was ever requested, they would give her tips that prioritized the customer that had requested her above anything else. Though eventually, Ren and Cross are the only ones left, with Cross frustrated at Ren for keeping him alive for so long. It was only a matter of time until a customer requested Ren for her service, where she is taken out to a room and a man greets her. Ren is then fed a liquid that helps her with her job pleasing the man. We then hear the building set ablaze as a young Luve and Joshua kill all the people in their way. That is until they find a girl with purple hair, naked, with cross scars up her legs. The two save the girl and bring her back to the society. Sometime in the future, Ren spots her old parents as they carry their new child.
So it is? Yeah. Oh, God. Damn. Damn, okay. I see you. I see how it is, yo. Alright.
Though before she can approach them, Luve stands by Ren's side. Ren decides that they are not worth the hassle, as she has a society in Patamatu who are her real family. If we move to Sardor 8, this is where Olivert and Queen Alicia are talking before Chancellor Osborne from Erebonia with his secretary, Lecter, make a shocking visit. Osborne and Olivert begin to have a private conversation over the current political situation within Erebonia. Although Osborne and Olivert both share a resentment towards the noble faction held by the four great houses, Olivert is quick to point out how Osborne uses very questionable tactics. Osborne has a record of annexing neighbouring regions of Erebonia by making deals with said regions by expanding the railway network to improve their trade before they soon have to rely on the country. Although Osborne invites Olivert to his cause, Olivert declines the offer as he suspects that Osborne is already working with Ouroboros as seen with Erebonia's response when the Liber Arc first appeared. Olivert eventually challenges Osborne to see who will come out on top for facing against the noble faction. Stardor 13 then sheds light as to what Cassius was up to at the beginning of first chapter. The intelligence division within Erebonia report that the Jaegerkorps Jester had mass bombed multiple Bracer guilds over Erebonia. Cassius Bright was summoned 2 days after the terrorist attacks to help with the emergency. It took 2 months for the Cassius and the intelligence division to counter the Jaegers after working together. Though upon completion of their mission, Erebonia realized the threat Cassius poses for his masterful strategies and thus marked as a max threat to Erebonia if he was ever enter the country again. We then move to Northumbria and Stardor 2. This retells the Northumbrian disaster back in 1178. This is where a giant pillar of salt fell from the sky one day and killed everything within a radius by transforming the surrounding area into salt. The 8th Dominion investigated the pillar, though the Pale was not thought to be an artifact, but rather a gift from the goddess in some form. The Pale had destroyed Northumbria's economy, with the aftermath of the Pale still experienced in present day. Not to mention, during the disaster, the then Prince Balmond abandoned his people, which caused a revolution to brew and the creation of the Northern Jaegers to try and restore the economy by providing their service to other countries. Finally is Stardor 14, which follows Campanella after his last appearance in 2nd chapter. Campanella makes his way back to the main room on the Glorious, where he enters the celestial globe where he meets with the other 7 Angrist of Ouroboros. They reflect on the situation with the death of Luve and Weissman, the loss of Joshua, and the confused state of Ren appears to be in. That's until the Grand Master of Ouroboros makes her debut, thanking Campanella for providing her the Aureole, for this signals the completion of the first stage of the Orpheus final plan, the Gospel Plan. She then declares their next target is Crossbell, as they move to the second stage, the Phantasmal Blaze Plan. After leaving Phantasma, Estelle and Joshua return to Zeiss to meet with Tita, informing them that they still haven't caught Ren. They then hear of the Sicilia airliner making an emergency stop. Tita believes Agate to be on the airliner, so Estelle and Joshua investigate the airliner when Agate informs them that there are a few people wounded and they can't escape. Tita then arrives and uses her Orbal gear to help release the passengers. The Bracers then return to Tia's house to have dinner together. Estelle and Joshua talk about their journey so far in both Erebonia and Crossbell. After Estelle and Tita go to bed, Joshua shares his concern with the group, explaining that he's worried for Estelle as he doesn't want Estelle's bubbly personality to be altered by seeing the less desirable sides of the world while travelling. However, Scheherazade reassures Joshua that that won't happen, as the closest time she fell into despair was when Joshua had left her. The next day, Estelle and Joshua leave once again for Crossbell to resume their search for Ren. We begin our journey with 4 characters descending some stairs as they explore what looks like a ruin. They agree to continue their mission to save a child before our protagonist, Lloyd Bannings, awakens on a train ride to Crossbell City. In 1204, Lloyd makes his way to the police headquarters where he joins a meeting with 4 other people. These include Sergei, Randy, Ellie, and Tio. Sergei explains that the 4 have been chosen to be part of a new branch of the police called the Special Support Section, or the SSS. The group is then tasked to eliminate any monsters they find in the Geofront A. While exploring the Geofront, they find a child alone who explains that him and his friend had entered the Geofront, which causes the SSS to go deeper. They find the other child surrounded by monsters that they quickly defeat. The group thinks they are safe until a giant creature appears. Thanks to A-rank Bracer Arios, he's able to defeat the monster and save both the children and the SSS. Sergei then invites the group to the SSS building, where he explains that the SSS was formed to take requests from the people of Crossbell, like Bracers, in an attempt to win the people back over. After everyone agrees to work for the SSS, Sergei informs the group that 2 rival gangs in the downtown district have been fighting. After a confrontation, both gang leaders appear, where we get an introduction to Wald from the Saber Vipers and Wazy from the Testaments, before the 2 go their separate ways. The SSS then investigate both gangs, where it's revealed that both gangs had a member attacked, with them assuming it was the rival gang's doing. The SSS then talk to Grace, the local journalist who shares light on the mafia known as Ravache. The SSS then meet with Ian, who is both a lawyer and a great source of information. He then shares with the group that Ravache have a competitor known as Heiyu that comes from Calvard. The SSS reflect on all this information and deduce that Ravache wished to recruit both gangs, but were both declined. Ravache opted to then pin both gangs against one another to prevent them getting in their way. This theory turns out to be correct when the SSS work with both gangs and find out it was indeed the Mafia who was targeting their members. The SSS are invited to a meeting with Vice Commander of the CGF, Sonia, and Sergeant Noel, who explain that there have been recent attacks around Crossbell. The SSS begin their investigation at Amorica village, where they meet with the village head who explains that 3 weeks prior, monsters had attacked their crops and livestock. The only evidence left behind were footprints that resembled wolf-like prints. Although wolves were not found, it reminds the head of a legend known as the Divine Wolves, though said wolves were known to help the needy, rather than what had happened to the village. St. Ursula Medical College is the next location, where they realise that the bus is running extremely late. Curious about this, they make their way on foot, where they find the bus attacked by large monsters. It's when 2 familiar looking braces from the borough come to help. When the SSS make their way to the college, they meet with Lloyd's half-sister, Cecily, a nurse who later takes them to the victim who was attacked by monsters recently. He describes the monsters as having black fur and red eyes. They then talk with Shizuku, Arios' daughter, where she explains to the SSS that of the night of that attack, she heard a whistle after hearing the victim scream. All that is left is Maine's mining village. Though while making their way there, they meet a girl with purple hair named Ren, who somehow knew they were the SSS. After that exchange, they make it to the village, where they speak to the village head, who explains that the village had been attacked 3 times so far. Surprisingly enough, Ravache have been in contact offering them their service to protect the village, though they want their payment in Septium crystals rather than Mira. The SSS sleep at the inn and discuss everything that they have found out, where it's deduced that the perpetrators are Ravache themselves. It's believed that they are training wolf-like beasts in preparation with their battle against Heiyu. That night, the village is attacked once more, which makes the SSS run into action where they defend the village and have confirmation that it is indeed Ravache. That is until wolves with white fur appear to aid the SSS in their battle. The SSS report their findings to the CGF, and when they return to the SS building, they find the same wolf who helped them. The wolf's name is Zeit, and soon joins the SSS as a police dog. After a monster extermination, the SSS return to the SSS building where they meet with Risha, one of the performers at the Arc in Seattle. She's concerned as the lead performer, Ilya, has to meet with Risha, one
Guys, it's the Boobalicious woman!
of the performers at the Arc in Seattle. She's concerned as the lead performer, Ilya, has received a threatening letter from Yin. The only idea who's behind this would be Ravache, as Ilya declined their offer to perform at Erebonia's Opera House. The group then meet with Ravache's right-hand man, Garcia, who denies his boss, Marconi.
So this was her first introduction, huh?
The SSS meet with Ian again, who points out that Yin is a legendary assassin from Calvard, which prompts the group to meet with Heiyu's boss, Sao. Sao is already familiar with all the members of the SSS from his intel, though he does indirectly say that Yin is one of their allies, though Heiyu themselves have no grudge against Ilya. They leave the building where Detective Dudley meets with them and takes the case away from them. While on their way back to report to Risha, they bump into Ellie's grandfather, Mayor McDowell, and his secretary, Ernest. They explain the situation to Risha and return to the SSS building, where Ernest asks Ellie to return to the political sphere. This is because her grandfather is getting old and she is the most qualified person to take over his duty. Ellie is conflicted over the matter, for she acknowledges that Crossbell's political situation is dire, as since the region is fought over by Erebonia and Calvard, there must be a mayor and chairman to run the region. The problem being, these two positions can contradict with one another, leading to no progress being made. Not to mention, Crossbell has been given the nickname as the City of Sin for the amount of corruption within the government. The next day, the SSS are given a quest by Yin to see if they are worthy. They trace the request back to the International Bank of Crossbell, where they meet with President Croix and his daughter. They deduce that the IPC had been hacked from the Geofront B, where they come across a young boy named Yona. Teo and Yona know each other as the two worked together at the Epstein Foundation back in Le Mans, though Yona gives the group a card that directs them to Stargazer's Tower. At Stargazer's Tower, the group meet Yin, who confirms to have no involvement with the letter sent to Ilya. This points to a third party using Yin's name to try and throw suspicion elsewhere. Yin then warns the group that the person will most likely act during the next RKNCL performance, as there will be many high-profile attendees. The SSS do just that, and when midway into a performance, they catch Secretary Ernest attempting to kill Mayor McDowell. The reason for this is that he's pledged his alliance to the Empire. Though he attempts to get away, he exhibits inhumane speed while being chased. Though luckily, Zeit is the one who pins him down. We later see Yin meet with Sao, who is thankful for the SSS for capturing Ernest, but his plan was to assassinate Mayor McDowell and then pin the blame on Yin. This would create great issues for the Republic and would provide fuel for people to abandon the Republic faction and to align with the Imperial faction within Crossbell's politics. Yin then leaves, where it reveals to be Risha herself. We begin with Crossbell celebrating its 70th anniversary since the state's founding. The SSS get involved with trying to find Professor Yoakum after he ditches work at the college to fish instead. Lloyd and Randy also share a moment where Lloyd confides with Randy that he reminds him of his older brother Guy, who died several years prior, though Randy seems to be hiding something from Lloyd about his past. The next day, the SSS are tasked with a case involving a fraudulent trader from Calvert. The group make their way to Tangram Gate, where they begin to interview everyone. They deduce an elderly woman is most likely their trader, when a woman with black hair named Kilka helps with her arresting her. Though because of the law, Crossbill is unable to arrest foreigners for too long. The SSS then help Yona, who wishes to catch a rival hacker known as Kitty. Lloyd and Tio ascend Geofront A, where Tio shares with Lloyd that she wants new Guy. Tio was once a missing person within Ramaferia, until Guy was the one who saved her and took her to St. Ursula Medical College. After completing Yona's request, he gives the group a lot of information. This details how President Marconi of Ravache is of Erebonian blood and has close ties with Chairman Hartman, who is also from the Empire. Garcia then is an ex-Jaeger from the Zephyr Corp, one of the strongest corps in Western Zemuria. The final piece of information is about the Swords auction run by Marconi at Hartman's mansion, where they make great amounts of money by selling illegal goods. The next day, the SSS receive a quest from a pair of parents who have recently lost their son. The SSS begin to investigate the city trying to find the boy until Ren approaches Lloyd asking to help him. They eventually find the boy on the western path before witnessing monsters about to attack the child. Ren then pulls out her scythe, killing the beast before grabbing the boy and protecting him. The SSS take the boy back to their building, where the parents wish to come into the room. Ren hides inside the closet as she wishes not to have herself known to them. The two parents are glad that their son is safe, and explain to the SSS how scared they were as they have already lost their previous child. They then explain how Harold accumulated a great amount of debt, so the two parents left their child with a friend in Calvert to make sure that she was safe. However, when the debt was cleared and the parents went back to pick up their daughter, the building that she was supposed to be residing in was burned down. They blamed themselves for her death to the point that they were willing to kill themselves as they thought as though they had killed their daughter themselves. However, Sophia found herself pregnant and their new son became their reason to keep on living. Though once the family of three leave, Ren exits the closet, Teofil, but makes her leave before Estelle and Joshua come rushing into the building. They were hoping to find Ren, but they just missed her. The two Braces and SSS explain everything they know about Ren, with the Braces explaining that they have been chasing Ren as they only want to invite her into their own family to show her the love that she deserves.
I see. That's kinda sad. Dang, Ren. I didn't know you had such a sad past. Goddamn. More power to you for coming out stronger.
Kitty, who turned out to be Ren, then sends the SSS an invitation to the Swartz auction for the next day after helping her out. While waiting for the cruise ship, they meet a red-haired man called Lecter, who's on vacation. Kilka then appears and hops onto the cruise ship herself before the SSS do as well. Lloyd and the character of your choosing then sneak into the auction, where Lloyd begins to hear a voice speaking out to him to find someone. They then enter a room and begin to investigate while Lloyd hears the same voice. Lloyd then approaches a trunk and opens it where he finds a young girl with green hair named Kia. She has no memory, but an alarm triggers which causes Lloyd and co to rush out of the auction with the child believing that she has been trafficked. They get as far as the dock before barely missing the cruise ship when Garcia approaches and the two groups engage in battle. Garcia still stands and reveals that he now remembers Randy as being Randolph Orlando, the son of the war god of the Red Constellation Corp, a rival to the Zephyr Jaeger Corp. Luckily, Sergei saves the group while driving a speedboat. A week passes and Kia still has no memory, so the SSS decide to show her around Crosswell seeing if they can trigger any memory of any sort. They first head to the Braces Guild, where the Braces begin their own investigation by searching for any missing children requests over the continent. Lloyd then takes Kia to Crosswell Cathedral, where he says he tries using thaumaturgy with limited success. Kia is then taken to St. Ursula to see if it's a medical condition, where they meet with Professor Joachim, who doesn't identify any obvious diseases or conditions. However, he suggests Kia stay at the hospital to undergo a full examination, though Kia rejects this idea before running out where she meets Shizuku, where the two befriend one another. 3 weeks pass and Kia's memories still remain forgotten. That's when Noel requests the SSS to investigate a ghost spot at the Moon Temple. It's only when they reach the rear of the temple that they find a huge room with a symbol of an eye plastered on the floor, when suddenly a demon appears. After dealing with it, the head of Maine's village requests the SSS to look for a missing member of the village who was last spotted at the casino in Crossville City. It's only until after talking to the staff it's revealed that the villager had an incredible streak of luck by winning a total of 5 million mirror at the casino. They find the man at the nearby hotel where something seems off, as the man's personality has completely changed. Not to mention, it doesn't make sense for a man with little skill in gambling to become so proficient so quickly. The SSS return to the SSS building, where Ian has come to visit, sharing his theory that Kia could be a victim to an incident that happened years ago where many children were kidnapped over the continent. The SSS explain the situation with the villager, where Ian replies that he's heard a similar case with 2 other individuals so far and believes that this is no mere coincidence. All of a sudden, Ravache begins to raid the Heiyu office, which is barely left standing the next morning. The SSS questioned what happened, without answering that the members of Ravache had power that didn't even seem human. Before Heiyu can counterattack, the SSS decide to investigate the situation. They eventually come across Grants in the casino in a rage after losing to Lecter before he passes out, though the SSS then find a bag with blue drugs on the man. They report this to Sergei, where it's believed all the previous incidents are linked with the belief theory that Ravache's men have started using these drugs. The SSS then take these drugs to Professor Joachim, who still insists on having Kia examined, though after examining the blue pills, he claims to have never come across such drugs, albeit specialising in pharmacology. Though from the sound of what had happened with Grants, Joachim is reminded of a cult that rejected the goddess and instead worshipped demons. It was from this worship they developed a drug called Gnosis that allowed them to borrow some of the power the demons possessed. After leaving the drugs with Joachim, the SSS begin to exit before Tio faints. After awakening in the college, Tio begins to explain about her past. She explains that when she was younger, she was kidnapped by a cult who experimented on her and many other children using drugs. This cult pushed these children to enhance their senses, though at the lodge that Tia was at, she was the only child to survive all the experiments inflicted upon her. She was only saved when Guy and others raided the lodge, saving her. After returning home, Sergei tells the group the truth about the situation Tia found herself in. It was due to the DG cult. A decade ago, the cult had influence over Zemuria with over 10 lodges placed around the world, where they sacrificed many lives, used artifacts, and summoned many demons. It was only until an international mission was established, where every country's military, police, and bracers worked along together to eliminate the cult. Though Sergei is concerned that Gnosis is resurfacing as the cult was completely wiped out, or so they thought. Since Ravache seemed to be involved with Gnosis, the SSS head to their headquarters, where they are surprised to find no one within the facility. After some investigation, they find a hidden underground passageway where they find a chest that contains a book and a badge. Lloyd is surprised.
Okay. Break time. My goodness, there's so much going on in this one. Holy hell. But hey, we're almost there. Almost at the end. Oh, wow. Sorry, I'm just like at a loss for words because like it's just so much information. It's like, so this happened and that happened. Oh my gosh. So I'm guessing what happened to Ren and Cross and Catra and whoever else that those other children were is different than the DG cult stuff? Or is it the same thing? Because it said that, well, maybe in her what's it called? Location. Maybe in her location she was the only one that survived. But then there are other people, like, Ren and Catra that did survive as well. I don't know, like I said, I don't know if they're, like, the same or different things. I mean, it would make sense that it is the same thing, right? Because, when he was explaining it, he said that the other ones, they didn't come back. And they were the only two left. But if it's the same Catra that we know, then it begs the question, how did Catra escape before they raided the place? Oh, this is what happens when you have like a ton of lore in your game. It's like there's so much information and you don't even know if one piece of information correlates with another and what have you. Oh, ads are over. You're ready.
As the badge was Guy's police badge. He shifts his focus to the book. After some investigation, they find a hidden underground passageway where they find a chest that contains a book and a badge. Lloyd is surprised as the badge was Guy's police badge. He shifts his focus to the book where it recaps the members who have been given Gnosis, which insinuates that Ravache had been in contact with an old cult member. The SSS await Professor Yoakum's analysis on the drug until the sun begins to set, when they begin to question why it's taking so long. They decide to call the medical corps to see if there's any updates, but no one picks up, which worries the SSS. They decide to make their way to the hospital, where they find members of Ravachi protecting the building. After infiltrating, they manage to find patients and nurses being held hostage within the hospital. While looking for Professor Yoakum, they find some other professors who explain they haven't seen the man. They eventually make their way to Yoakum's office, where they find Ernest, who draws his sword and begins battle with the group. The man is defeated, though he makes his escape. The SSS then find a record detailing the DG cult experiment on Yoakum's desk. It contains information on a lodge called Paradise that Chairman Hartman had some connection to. Desk. It contains information on a lodge called Paradise.
So it is the same thing. Oh, okay. I mean, hey, if I just watched a little longer, my question would have been answered. Okay. So it was the same place. Okay, so then how did Catra escape before the Ouroboros people came?
That Chairman Hartman had some connection to. On the next page, there's information of all the children that were experimented on by the cult, with a photo of a younger Tio, Ren, and Kia. After returning to the SSS building, they explain everything to Sergei, who believes that Kia is the key to solving the case, as it explains why Yoakum was so insistent on Kia staying at the hospital. Suddenly, CGF soldiers begin to raid the SSS building, which causes everyone to run for their lives. After being chased over Crossbell, the group try to exit by the east path but are cornered by Ravachi members. That is until President Croix and his daughter save the group and take them to the IBC. However, the CGF plan to use a bomb to get into the IBC, which causes the SSS to combat wave after wave of the CGF soldiers. It's only until Yoakum, who is channeling himself through a soldier, explains that if the group hand over Kia, he will call off their attacks. Though Arios is able to fend off the remaining soldiers when the SSS agree to drive to the ancient battlefield after being tipped off that Yoakum is most likely there. Estelle and Joshua meet with the SSS at the battlefield, where the Six begin to infiltrate the Sun Fortress. After travelling deep within the ruins, they find members of Ravachi, including Marconi, who denies having any involvement with what Yoakum is doing. He also reveals that Ravachi was not responsible for Guy's death. Guy was on their list of threats, but someone had stolen their kill. They just happened to come across the badge after his death. Though Marconi theorizes that Yoakum may be the killer, for Guy was investigating the man before his death. Later on, they find Ernest again, though this time he is fully transformed into a demon, though the group were able to defeat him. The group make their way to the end of the fortress, where they find Yoakum in his cult attire. He later explains that the cult worshipped Kia, as she was the divine child created through alchemy 500 years ago. Yoakum then reveals that the cult preyed on young children so they could push the boundaries of humans through gnosis. Though it was the higher-ups within the cult who had the idea to provide a service to influential figures over the continent in the Paradise Lodge as a form of income and blackmail. Although, the lodge was destroyed by Ouroboros, which upset Yoakum as they lost lots of data, including that of a child who absorbed the personalities of children who passed while at the lodge. The group begins a battle with Yoakum, who's thought to be defeated, though he gets the upper hand on them. Yoakum confesses that he was not the one who killed Guy, as he paid Ravachi to kill him. When all hope is lost, Lloyd overcomes the barrier Yoakum created. That is until Yoakum reveals his secret weapon, a bottle of red gnosis, the drug that transforms people into demons. The final battle commences, and after dealing enough damage, Demon Yoakum's skin becomes to disintegrate. He unleashes one final attack that has the entire party trapped. That is until Ren arrives with Patamata and creates an opening for the group. Upon defeat, Yoakum dies with his body vanishing. Estelle and Joshua finally catch Ren, where they share a tearful hug as they welcome Ren into their family. Everyone leaves the fortress where peace has finally been achieved in Crossbell, as the death of Yoakum caused all of the drugged CGF soldiers to pass out. The Crossbell Times then share that many people have been arrested with their connection to the cult, this including Chairman Hartman. As the position needs to be filled, President Croix opts to sign up for the next election. The SSS are then awarded by Mayor McDowell for their work on the cult incident. Estelle, Joshua, and Ren then decide to return to Liberal. Although Ren is still unsure why Kia was at the auction or who Guy's true killer is, she has faith that the SSS will figure it out soon. Finally, the SSS prepare for Kia's first day at Sunday school.
Okay. That was a lot. That was a lot. But I feel like I understand some things a bit better. Especially Ren. Especially Ren. Oh, okay. Now we can take a break from lore dump. And just fuck around. My god, it's been 2 hours and I haven't touched the game at all. Looks like we're going for a 6-hour stream, guys. Oh yeah, so just to let you guys know, I did go back and did the other choice, and it did end up giving me the chaos that I wanted. So as you can see here, I'm now at 2 chaos. Actually, I have an achievement for that.
Good stuff.
Oh man. So Catra, when are you gonna tell me your backstory, huh? Okay. But that is, I feel like I understand a little bit more. Nothing about these people that we're currently with, besides Catra. But, you know, some of the people who have come back, yeah. But hey, we did learn about Creel, the one that got imploded. Cause didn't they say it happened like 7 years ago? Okay, so the only thing I have left for... The thing is, like... I know if I do it, I'm gonna get like lawfulness. I don't particularly want that. But money? Oh yeah, that's... Oh, that's a nice... Ooh. Okay, I guess I'll go. That's some nice money right there. Oh, we're here again. But it's different enemies. Gotcha. No wait, they're the same. But are they stronger though? That's the real question. Let me test it out. I don't think they're particularly stronger.
Now let's get back to business.
Let me do another one.
This'll make for a good warm-up.
0. Okay, yeah, you know what? Maybe we are just stronger. Okay, yeah. They're the same level, for sure. Oh, Van, why didn't you tell me you were dying? Van!
Just what the doctor ordered.
Careful. I sense an incredible aura.
I did get every chest, right? Not that one. Okay.
Looks like the gang's all here.
Am I going the wrong? I am. God damn it. Oh, one of these days I'll end up going the right way. I swear.
Oh, goodies for the taking.
We've reached a good resting point.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Rud. Hello. Yep. What does it have? Oh, okay, that's not horrible. Wait, what is it? Yeah, okay.
Make it count.
Cypher, activate.
Damn! She doesn't have anything. But she has 0 arts, so you know what? We might as well use the strongest one she got.
You got this.
Well,
I'll help out.
I took it out. Damn it.
Pressure him and move it.
Go all in on him.
I like where this is headed.
I guess Earth is pretty good, I guess.
Initiating drive.
I'll cover you. Backup's here.
Pressure him and move it.
Make it count.
What is godly spirit?
Pressure him and move it. I got you covered. 0-4. Duality. I'll help out. If you would. Eat this. Up to you.
You'll pay for that.
Yeah, yeah, man.
Keep your guard up.
Eat this. Got you covered.
I'm going.
Mm,
Pressure him and move it. I like where this is headed.
Locking on.
There.
My turn now.
Go all in on him.
why not?
Those afar, hearken to the sound. My blade is both true and false, dancing in the moonlight. Now, behold, Cirrus Gleam! Do the big, Van! Don't hold anything back.
Turn my aim.
Oh, nice.
Go all in on him.
Activating Shard Command.
Thanks, pal.
Appreciate that. Ow! You're open.
There.
Up to you. Eat
My
this.
aim.
Up to you. You're open.
That's how much? I'm sorry, what?
Bring it on.
Okay.
Keep your guard up.
I'll help out.
Keep your guard up.
If you would, flutter about. You're down. Petra.
COC, activate.
Because we have to do this twice.
Don't hold anything back.
Satellite cure. I'm going.
Appreciate that.
Follow up.
No problem.
Here's a more. Judith.
Oh, would you look at that? All those stats down.
I like where this is headed.
Oh, it's not stunned anymore. It'd be like that, I guess.
Zephyr activate.
This'll shock you.
I'll cover you.
Ow.
Eat this. Got you covered.
See, no, that's cheating. That's cheating, my guy. You can't just sit there and call your allies.
I like where this is headed. Pressure. Got you covered. You're open. My turn now. Hunter down. Mirage guard.
I owe you one.
Appreciate that.
Make it count.
We shall.
Season up.
Pressure him and move in.
Sorry, I'm just thinking.
Make it count.
We'll be alright.
Snap to it, Shizuna.
Okay, we have none left.
Make it count.
On the house. You're open. You'll be sorry.
Oh, yeah. Very, very sorry.
I like where this is headed. Zephyr activate.
Wow, walked right into it. I was hoping you would.
Twofold. Got you covered. Here I go. Pressure him and move in.
Yeah, let's just put an end to it.
That's how it goes.
Ooh!
One step closer to reaching my peak.
I think I've grown a little.
I can do. That's all, folks. Mira deposit confirmed.
But stop making me lawful. Disgusting.
Threat level high. Be extremely cautious.
There's a ton of them. Should I mop them up?
I mean, if you want, I ain't gonna stop you. Alright. Yeah, we'll just end here. No. Well, actually,
Let's roll, gang.
yeah. Yes. English is my forte.
That's how it goes.
Dang it, we're just one off. No, I could be rank D.
Those swallows look like they'll be leaving their nests soon.
Oh, it's the Grimgarten?
Let's get going.
Is it the only? No, because there are people I have to talk to. Okay.
I get to go shopping with mommy.
Please, step on
It's
up.
out of this world.
They're on a date? We're just gonna interrupt their date? Hey. Hey now. Since when? I see. So there's something more than just the defense of the space base and the development of satellite and chart technology. And that's not all, considering that both the Divine Blade of Silver and History's Strongest Soldier are involved. Probably, yeah. The one time I'll let you speak, Aaron. The one time. Well, it's got nothing to do with me, so I'll stop sticking my nose where it doesn't belong. Oh, it seems it's got something to do with a friend of mine. There's a sub-event here? Whoa, where'd all these sub-events come from? What the fuck? Did I like briefly gloss over this place?
Please take as much time as you need.
I don't really care about the little girl.
I hope to see you again.
I have no particular connection to her. Yet. I will say yet. Because she may come up when he covers the Daybreak area.
Care for some popcorn? Hey there. What would you like?
Ooh. Jiro.
Come again.
Hello. Thank you.
Hello. The immovable and the chief are here too, huh? Who would have thought we'd be hung up by rainy weather? They're dating too? Oh, I was about to say, there's a lot of romantic entanglements I'm not privy to. Oh, this is the lady! Oh, that lady! See, now that I know a bit of her history, it's like, oh yeah, it's you! Like I said, knowing things makes everything so much different. So she used to be part of the guild, but now she's part of the CID. I'm guessing that happened at some point in between now and the past. I guess we'll get to that at some point. So when did the CID form? That's a really good question. Let me guess, the reason is Project Star Taker, isn't it? I know you're not going to tell me even if I ask, but why all this effort? If you're gonna be so apologetic, maybe we can cut you some slack. Damn it, Renee. He just cuts us off and makes no effort to hide the distance he's putting between us. Even back in school, he tried to deal with all the student council problems on his own. And it's back to the doghouse for you, Iron. Back to the doghouse. Trust me, he ain't the big bro. I was the one leading him around when we were kids. Maybe, but their situation is completely different from ours. And do they really gotta dangle these juicy hints in front of us when they know we're listening in? Alright, next up. The cinema. And you are? A school tennis tournament, huh? I wonder if the bookie's taking bets. No, you want me to bet? No. There, no. Bad.
Welcome.
Ooh. A dystopian thriller. Right, who would want to go see it? See Nez, Fairy, Aaron, Rosette. I'm not taking Aaron anywhere. So actually it should be Nez, Fairy, Rosette, Catra, Beauregard, and Shizuna. Obviously I'm gonna take Catra with me. Obviously. I know, I can't choose between Rosette or Shizuna. You know what? I should take Shizuna because I won't be doing her connection event. So it'd only be fair. Yeah, it'd only be fair. A young man named Gil took on a mountain of debt by co-signing a loan with his best friend, who he trusted more than anyone, but it had all been a ruse. The amount was far more than he could ever hope to repay back. But just as he'd fallen into despair, he stumbled upon a possibility. Gil received an invite from an unknown sender to a game show with a massive payout. But this competition was a twisted one, where the participants were forced to cast aside their dignity and risk life and limb for money. Despite being put on parade like an animal for the event's wealthy hosts, Gil managed to claim victory after victory. That was largely thanks to another young man named Adam, with whom he had cooperated and come to trust deeply over the course of several games. See, that's your first mistake, trusting anybody. Although their reasons for getting involved in the games differed, they shared a common bond and quickly became friends. Eventually, Gil and Adam were forced to confront the climax of the event, Hell's Seesaw.
Looks like 55 degrees is up next. The incline on Hell's Seesaw is getting really steep now. Oh, and we're losing players left and right, with many of our contestants dropping out in every sense of the word.
Just a little longer, Gil. Hang in there. As long as we get that Mira home, we win in the end.
I know. You think I'd lose after having gotten this far? Just 3 more games. Just 3 more games, and then I could settle the score.
That's the spirit, Gil. Grab on!
Huh? Adam, what are you doing?
It's going to take every single Mira in the prize pool to pay for my little sister's surgery.
Oh-ho! An unexpected betrayal this late in the game? Does that mean the trust between them was just a clever ruse?
I hate to have it end this way, but I'm winning this alone. I'm sorry.
Adam? Was this your plan right from the start? Just you wait! I swear one day I'll get you back for this!
Yeah, you know, you're stupid for trusting somebody in a game like this. You know what? Maybe you deserve everything that happened to you, Gil. Maybe. Maybe. Wait, so he's saying, hold on. Especially given it's the way that all the most greedy and distrusting characters who wind up losing in the end. So is he saying Gil was greedy and distrusting even though it said that Gil trusted him a lot, Adam? Or did he mean like everybody else? So he meant everybody else then. Yeah. True, even though the plot was about a dubious game of betrayal, the protag stuck to his guns and managed to pull through and win at the last second. While the happy ending might feel too good to be true, the plot can be seen as a cynical take on what happens to society when no one trusts each other. Well... sometimes it's just kind of hard, man. To like, you know, put your all into trusting someone just for them to be like, haha, fuck you, and ruin your life. So wait, are they saying that Gil did win in the end? Hold on. Wait a minute. Well, yeah, he did say there's like 3 more games. Okay, so yeah, he probably did win. Also, I got a real kick of how all the spectators and hosts of the games got cheated out of the ending they wanted. Sure, it was cathartic seeing a bunch of rich assholes losing their minds after they spent the whole movie treating human beings like circus animals. Knowing you, you'd probably win the whole thing without even trying. Your unclouded eye would give you a serious edge in the mind games and battle of wits and all that. Did you really end up having any fun if you just steamrolled the competition like that? It sounds like you're ready to steal their role as the villains for yourself. Yeah. There's another movie,
Welcome.
even though I already looked at them. Yeah, we're done here. Hi, Prismo. Hello.
What are we waiting for?
You missed the hour-long lore lore segment. There we go. My brain is moving slow. Okay, so what's Dominique doing here? Wait, you know each other?
Oh, hey! It's the Spriggan and his assistants. It's been a while.
It's been a while for me as well.
Thanks again for all your help during the filming of Golden Requiem. Because of you, the movie turned out better than I'd even hoped. I really can't express my gratitude enough.
No need. I didn't do much of anything special. With Judith as your main lead, of course it was gonna turn out good.
Thank you. That means a lot to me that you like it so much.
I'm only still here now because you all saved me back during those terrorist attacks at the Z1 Grand Prix.
Oh, so that's the thing that they were referencing, that a terrible thing had happened at the Z1 race. Okay, so that was you in the car. Gotcha.
I owe you my life after all that. Still, I can't help but feel a bit frustrated at just being runner-up there.
Figured it'd be the case, but seems like he doesn't have any memories from those 3 days. Is he talking about Aslan? Yeah, probably. Yeah. The net was lousy with rumors about it, but man, to think it's really happened. Oh my god, it's always the sponsors. Wait, he was on Nemeth Island? Oh my god. Right, I heard a certain energy drink maker has been doing some stuff behind the scenes. That is gonna be one hell of a collab, huh? Okay, I still want to know the origins of this Grim Cat thing. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to
Let's do this.
yawn in your ear like that.
Hey there. How's business treating you?
Let's see.
Searching.
Oh yeah, I have to go back for those.
My selection.
Wanna go watch the next launch?
Aaron! Everyone! Thanks for all your help last night. Oh, and I see Judith is with you today.
Oh my god. Her honkers. Her bedonkers. Huh. I heard you were working for Ashen lately, but it didn't really click till just now. Ashen.
It's great to see you all again.
Was she mentioned? When we were watching the lore video?
Oh my. You have Mr. Zeman and the Divine Blade of Ikaruga with you?
Don't think I didn't hear that. Anyway, she's just here as a bit of insurance, that's all.
Quite so. With this in mind, it would be safe to assume there are more meetings, just like the one you encountered, happening in other locations.
Hello? Whoever you are? Oh. Oh hey, it's... I want to say cow. I know it's not cow. How is he pronounced in Chinese? Maybe it is cow. Of course you guys had to show up too.
My, it's good to see you and your compatriots well, Aaron.
Damn, that's a look. He's got a look as
No doubt
Dave.
the Lu and
What
Lee
the fuck?
families are are in charge of our organization's activities here in the capital. As such, I've come to Lady Ashen in order to exchange information relating to last night's incident.
Right. Using a certain method, we were able to uncover a few bits of information that may prove useful. For those of you who are not part of Heiyue, I wouldn't be averse to sharing them with you, provided the price is right.
That's fine. We got some info on our own, we can swap for it. All the ones you were able to trace made their way here to Edith, that right? Right. Though in the end, pretty much everything that went on because of it was erased, like it never even happened. You sure about this? Well, remember, we only got a vague glimpse of it through the stealth mode that Kit had on. Hey, you said yourself their memories are full of holes. How'd you get them to draw something so detailed? Gotcha. Much appreciated. Looking it over, it's got the same feel as the real one, but the details and workmanship are completely different. Then and his group proceeded to share a majority of the info they had with Shen and Kao in return for the sketch. They also exchanged promises to share any new info each of their groups came across as soon as possible.
Wanna go watch the next launch?
Apropos of nothing, Yin, that is to say, Risha Mao, I've got a question to pose, if you would permit.
Hmm? Yes, of course. What is it?
Ray, where is this going? Yeah, they made for a pretty synced up pair of martial masters at that.
I shall speak plainly. Should you have no object of affection, nor anyone to whom you are betrothed.
I knew it. We knew it, guys. He He was enraptured by the badonkers.
What would you say to becoming Mrs. Fun Lee? Or, rather, Mrs. Gowalong?
I don't know, Aaron. I don't know. This is all new to me. I didn't even know these two had history. Wait, you two are brothers? There's so much I don't know.
I see. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm afraid I must respectfully decline.
Damn, shut down. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has a good reason for it. Pretty sure. But even still, a simple reason as, I'm just not into you is the reason not to. I don't know what that means. Her being a citizen of Crossbell and having an ARC NCO. Oh. So that's her reasoning? She thinks because she's got all this going on, she wouldn't be a good partner. You know what? That's fair. That's very fair. Basically, she's saying, my life is too much in a disarray to actually be a good partner. Watch and be like, it doesn't matter, we can work through it together. Okay. So he just took it back. Okay. Okay. So he like I thought, he's not giving up. Okay. She said, go ahead. No, it's still no. You know what? I've got a bit more respect for her now. That is also true, Judith. That's very true. Because I'm liking the quest that I did in the NTE CBT. And just like in general, there's like this underlying unspoken pressure for when you like propose and like do stuff in public for your partner, that it creates like a situation where like you'll be seen as like the bad person if they like say no or react negatively towards your display of affection. You know? And it's like, sometimes I feel like people do that just so their partner will say yes. Oh, that's soon. And it sucks. It's like, especially when it comes to people who obviously, you know, don't vibe with that kind of thing. They'd rather keep everything private, just to like the two of them, or maybe like a friend or two, and they're just like, yeah, you know what? Let me just do this in public where everybody can see. It's like, well, now you done fucked up, eh? Okay, so they're siblings. Alright. Gotcha, gotcha. She is? So she's already got somebody in her heart? Oh, okay. I want to see who this cop is. He's in Crossbell. We're not gonna be going there. Damn it! Oh, brother. Let's just hope Gaolong doesn't spark some international incident over. You know he will. If he was this brazen to ask her that in public with people watching, you know he's gonna start problems with that cop. That man just screams shameless.
Wanna go watch the next launch?
Okay, that was a fun. That was a fun little sub event. Alright, we got another one though.
I already told you to quit calling me Lady, Tao.
Sal. Okay. Sal, because I'm like, Cal just sounds wrong. Sal, got it.
You're with the Lee family now and the head's older brother on top of that. There's no reason for you to be so deferential with me anymore.
So you say. But the fact remains that I am tremendously indebted to the Liu family. Not to mention my more than a decade's tenure as your attendant. I wouldn't trade even a day of it for the world. So please, bear with me in my attempts to rectify these clumsy mannerisms of mine. In the meantime, I deeply apologize for any discomfort they cause you, my
lady. It's like, love is at this table, apparently. My. And here I thought the man only jock-eyed for power. He's a dangerous one.
Hey guys, give me your takes here.
About what? I don't know this man well enough to tell you what the hell is going on.
He totally did that on purpose, right? Just to throw me for a
loop? I can't help you. I don't know, Ashen. Right, it's like, we can't help you. But you know what? I just want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he was just being nice. Well, yes, you can be special to someone and not have romantic feelings for them. She said, your chances aren't 100%, but hey, you know, and still take your shot.
The next launch?
Interesting. Love is in the air. So I thought this would be the last place I go, but then I was like, oh yeah, I have to.
for?
I have to go to Is this the right place? It doesn't feel like the right place. I think it was here.
Please, step on up.
Is it? No, it's not. Ugh. Where is it? Was it here? No, wait, it was here. Oh, Lord.
For?
I'm very confused.
Now where?
Shard search? Go.
Hey, you! You'll buy something, yeah?
No? Sorry, y'all. I'm a very confused person.
What are we waiting for?
Thanks for stopping by.
No, it wasn't here either.
Now where?
Oh my god.
Let's do a search.
Care for some popcorn? That movie was the shit, man.
How about a delicious ice pop?
Because I'm trying to find the place that I was. That I did that, yeah, the fund crisis. Right, because I remember there's a district. No, I think that's what happened. I think. We went to a different district to tail. I think.
So, shall we?
Yeah, that would make the most sense.
Let's do a search.
Ooh, ooh, oh, ooh, bleh.
Let's do a search.
Hey, you! You'll buy something, yeah?
Shard search? Go.
Welcome to Erland, sir.
Shard search? Go.
Come on, Simon. You guys can do this.
Gonna eat something?
Shard search? Go.
Search time.
Well, I understand why you might think that. Consider this.
Search time.
Wait, can I go down there?
Searching.
Dang, I thought there might be something here. No.
Shard search? Go.
Right, I think I've spent enough time
Then let's head
fucking
over.
around.
Let's do a search.
Where is that?
Searching.
Is that in the church? Oh, it's the corner.
Welcome.
Now where?
Oh, is that Nina? Oh. Alright.
Search time.
Reward deposited.
Search time. Search time. Search time.
Let's do a search.
Watch out for the cars, okay?
Shard search? Go.
But I don't see any cars. How could I watch out for cars if there are no cars?
Search time.
Never lets me down.
No need to be shy now.
What you got? For you, May? No.
Come again.
Let's do a search.
Now where?
Actually, I didn't go this way.
Now where? Now where?
Shard search? Go.
Okay. Just making sure I didn't miss anything.
Search time.
Okay. Let's go talk to Nina. And Chloe. And whoever the fuck this is. Oh, right. They were doing a stage show revival not too long ago. That was the scene where Sheena looks out over the capital and despairs, following her escape from Murtier prison? I'm pretty sure I didn't pronounce that right. Well, yeah, we have to. Well, we don't have to, but I'm sure he would prefer if we did pay a visit to the bookie. Hi, Jeffrey. You're in better spirits than I thought you'd be. My guild connection sent word that you'd call it Isabel last night. Yeah, without a doubt. We don't know what caused his group to go mad, or the trigger behind his transformation. But one thing is certain. Something's going on behind the scenes. Something bigger than just the underworld. Well, you're not back at full health, so just keep cooperating with the investigation for now. Consider it payback for being used as somebody's pawn. Even if that's not exactly what's important. You sure did. But I wonder why they're checking him out in a fucking church. Alright. Last thing on the list. Nope, not the rooftop.
Let's hit the road.
The Grim Garden. Well, technically I should do the connections.
We have, candy?
Alright. Let's do the connections. And get the gifts, I suppose.
Thank you very much.
I feel a little guilty.
Thanks.
My thanks, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
What are you scheming?
Well, if you insist.
I love it. Well, if you insist, you know, I'll take it. Okay. Let us start with Rosette. Oh, the MoMA. I hear you. I don't stop by much, but I appreciate the vibe. Seems like you're a big fan though, yeah? Well, seeing as this is the Museum of Modern Art and Contemporary Art, you can expect some pretty unusual stuff. Doubt we'll have time to see everything, but why don't we start with that special exhibition? The young sculptor, Mehmed Zidane? Zidane or Zidane? Huh? Talk about unconventional. Oh. Sorry, this stuff's a bit over my head. guess I can kind of understand. It's like the heart of the piece is still pulling you in. I'm sure it took some real skill to make these, but man, are they abstract. Sorry, something about Rust. Man, keep zoning out. Last but not least, Kisara Christia. This one here is supposed to be her latest work. Amazing! It's like she just threw her rawest impulses against the canvas. But there's something about it. Anyway, why don't we check out the rest of the museum? Wanderers that explore the museum and its permanent exhibitions. After a quick tour, they return to the lobby. Makes sense. Feels like we just marched through the artist's mind. Honestly, most of it was beyond me. You kind of brought this up earlier, but you said you experienced things before you had a body, right? Like appreciating the fine arts? You don't have any memories of who you were before you were like this, right? If I recall, you were about 14 when you came to. Virtual education, huh? I didn't realize that kind of thing was already being implemented. But if that's the case, then you... I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried about what happened. Useless? You couldn't be more off the mark. And besides, you're not the only one who wants to help. This ain't a one-way street. You've saved my ass countless times, both in the office and in fights. You've gone above and beyond your job as a concierge, acting as a full member of Arkwright Solutions. To be honest, you're so integral to our operations that Aaron says you'd make a better leader. I'm inclined to agree with him. Look, what I'm trying to say is, I'm happy you finally opened up to me about yourself. I can't guarantee that we'll get your memories back. But I don't see the harm in looking for clues when we can. After all, I've got connections, and our work takes us all over the place. Don't give me one of those why do all this for me spiels. I'm just paying you back for all the help you've given to us up until now. Besides, could be your hometown will end up having some awesome sweets too.
Mr. Arkwright. You're right. In that case, I shall gladly accept your help. And one day, if I get my memories back and have the chance to visit my hometown, then I would love to show you all around.
Hell yeah, I'll be looking forward to it. After where Vander is that left the museum. Alright, next. Oof. Yo, nice to meet you all. Catcher told me you guys came here to check out the college open campus. Must be hard workers, seeing as you've still got time before you gotta worry about graduating. Huh? Oh, sure. Totally. Listen, sweets are amazing. Of course I have. Alright, you can count on me. I'll take you to all the best spots in my awesome pickup. You got a good eye, kid. Makes sense considering you're from Basel. You know what? I can fill you in on what I've done to customize this bad boy while I drive. Not to mention the lattes here to die for. You folks must be exhausted, so let's say we grab a drink before we get back on the road. Pair the lattes with some pancakes and you're in for a real treat. No way we can kick off this tour without indulging in. Well, since we're already here, shall we catch a movie you won't see back home? Sure, I don't see why not. It's only drizzling. Should be somewhere in that direction. You got some good friends, Catra. All three of them. But did you really need me to tag along? Wouldn't it have been better to have some time alone? I take it something happened? I mean, as cheesy as it's gonna sound, you can be whatever you want to be. in all capacities. So you distanced yourself from them. Doesn't seem like you had a falling out, at least. Are you overthinking things? Nobody needs some big important reason to hang out with their friends. Yeah, well... Okay, folk. What time is it? I don't have my watch. Okay, so... Since I have to do cooking... I can't stream any later than 5:30. That's like in... an hour, actually. So we only have an hour left together. I know, so sad. But... I want dinner tonight. Yeah, well, I learned my lesson over the last year. Besides, I think your friends know that you've changed. They may not know exactly what went down on Nemeth Island, but I'm sure they recognize that you found some answers for yourself. Friends notice things like that, even if you don't tell them anything. I always find it so interesting that I just like latch on to like the mentally and psychologically troubled characters. It's like I don't even know that they are until, you know, the story says so, and I'm like, oh, god damn it, not again. It always happens, I swear. Like, damn. was like, like, I don't know. Am I male, female, nothing? What am I? I'm like, god damn it. Every time. And so after finishing the tour, the time came for Billy and the others to head back to Basel. Yeah, I barely did a thing. I'm glad that they have so much time on their hands that they can just hang out whenever. See? Wasn't I right?
You were. Thanks, Van, for everything.
I haven't done a thing. What? He's a streamer? Oh no! Nothing's worse than the people you know IRL watching your streams. Oh no!
Huh?
Ooh. Oh.
Wait, hold on! How did you know it was me?
Oh, I can feel it. Ooh.
Which streams have you seen?
Ooh. I'm feeling the secondhand embarrassment. Jeez. After that, Van somehow managed to catch it down about his friends figuring out his online identity. Oh my goodness. Right, I said I want to do Bermati. Bermati! Yo, what's all this now?
Welcome, Van. Are you interested in this sort of thing?
Well, yes. Tarot cards, huh? You reading fortunes? I wonder, does Bermati appear before daybreak? Yeah, like I'm kind of curious about like some characters if they appear before daybreak. Like, obviously Catra did. Which I still find interesting as hell. But yeah, it just makes me wonder how many people I've met so far right now have appeared in all the other previous games. Your hometown, huh? I don't think you've ever told me about your life before Remiferia. Right? Remiferia Medical College. Don't tell me you're talking about. Your memory serves, you won a bartending competition back home in Remiferia after you graduated. Then you came out here to the Republic and ended up with your own bar. So, what gave you the sudden fortune-telling itch? I don't know, look pretty legit to me. What are you doing a read on exactly? What the hell? Give me your best shot. Hey, that's the attitude. Gotta say, I'm surprised you're into this kind of thing. I guess there's still a lot I don't know about you, even after all these years. They've known each other for 6 years. How old did they say he is? 28? Am I remembering somebody else's age? For 6 years, so that means you've known each other since 03. What was happening in 03? Trails of Sky. SC, right? Damn, he was already 22 by then? What the fuck, man? You old as shit. I mean, you truly deserve unk status. I mean, yes, we should. I know he doesn't mean that, but... I know he doesn't mean it in that way, but... I would like that, yes. Yeah, sure. Wasn't it Dingo who introduced us? I think I started supporting you back when you were collecting intel. I was still a total newbie at the time. I swear, you and Dingo really exaggerated my abilities. Oh, you done? Look regarding work. Mm-hmm. Well, that's good to hear. Better do what I can to make that reading reality. Vermati. You know what? I kinda do. I kinda do want to know about it. Not happening. I don't know. Read whatever you like. Hey. Don't knock off Bermati already. You never know. Bermati might be the perfect person for you. You keep saying you only dabbled, but you seem like a pro to me. Ever consider opening a fortune-telling joint? I bet you make some waves. He's right though, he's so right. They're like people who like take things like this so seriously. And it's like, bro. I get it. Changing people's lives can be a lot of weight on your shoulders. Doing it for fun makes more sense. You know what? I did make a good call in choosing Bermatis. I'm having fun with this. Mm-hmm. So you're saying there'll be some kind of change in my position or relationships? You know, for all the complexity, it seems pretty abstract. Yeah, I'll do that. And I won't let it control me too much. You think I can read the cards? It's just dawning on me how little I actually know about you, despite our history together. I figure it might be fun to do a reading for you, if possible. Consider returning the favor. It does sound fun. I think I get the gist, but the whole reading thing isn't clicking for me. Seems to me like capturing an image of fate from the card you draw requires a ton of experience and skill. Hydrate? I will do that. I should, yeah. I've been yapping for like 2 hours. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. For 2 hours I was watching a video. Thank you for the hydrate. I see. Kinda reminds me of my sense of smell. Let's see. This is the reverse devil. If I remember right, it represents ridding oneself from vicious cycles. As for what I can sense from it, how do I put this? You're aiming for something, and you're planning to make me aware of something important. And when that happens, the meaning behind this reverse card will become clear. That's the vibe anyway. So, what'd you think? How do you feel about that read? Alright. Feels like you just gave me the runaround, but whatever. If it comes to it, I'll be counting on you, bud. After that, the pair became more excited about Bramati's fortune-telling than expected. And Bramati continued to read all kinds of fortunes for Van, regarding his friends, sweets, and other things. Oops, ended up sticking around longer than I planned. See, I like looking at stuff like this, you know, just two people chilling, hanging out. And literally just enjoying each other's company. It's like the best kind of content. Sounds good to me. Let's see. How about you look into the day after tomorrow? Finished? Do you see something interesting? Reverse death. Oof. I mean, it does say revival, recovery, and new development, but even still, it's the death card. Hardship, huh? Maybe some engineering problems. Makes sense considering this is the first manned rocket launch in history. Just because they got rockets up there twice before, it doesn't mean they can afford to let their guard down. But hey, if it works out in the end, that's all that matters. Right? Let's just believe in Hermes and wait for her return. Damn right! Van left the cafe and bar shortly thereafter. Oh, there's more.
I'm sorry for lying, Van.
What'd you lie about?
But I didn't want my reading to lead you astray. I hope you won't think less of me for it.
So it was what I thought it'd be. It's literally a death card. Death can never mean anything good.
Reversed,
The world card represents imperfection.
Oh, it wasn't death? Oh, that's even worse, man.
But I can't divine anything further. I guess there are limits to fortune telling. And since I can't see anything, I suppose that means we require a little insurance.
Well, that wasn't ominous at all. Ah, just 5 away. Alright, last on the list. The damn Grim Garden.
Shock one up. Good stuff. Good stuff. Shock one up. Good stuff.
I probably should save. That's something I should do. Be smart for once, Zachary. Well, we'll just let you have your privacy on this one. Orion's probably got a handful of hang-ups about her, what with their shared acquaintance. It's more of the latter. Ooh, you good? Are you good? Not me expressing genuine concern for him. What's that?
Just a little freebie from me. You better not overuse it.
Hmm? Mare Bear. Guess she doesn't plan on showing herself. Yes, it's actually pronounced mare, unfortunately. Mare like a fucking horse. Feels like the shackles restraining the demonity in me have gotten a little slacker. So in other words, I can use the Grendel's power more than ever before now. And every day you're this generous, I'll make the most of it getting through these domains. Okay, yeah. Which means I'm probably gonna need it for the big boss. Why do you torture me so, game?
I take it you'd like something decrypted? Leave it to me. Here we are.
Oh yeah, I haven't used the skill things. I gotta do that. Okay, phone case. Music. More music. Phone case.
Decryption complete. What do you think?
Let's see. Oh, I got a Grendel skill stone. I got Tsuchi, Nagi. And that's his old outfit music. Catcher's old outfit. Cover. Music. More music. Another Grindlestone. Another cover. Now streaming. A panel that lets everyone know the mods are watching. Oh god. And then Elaine's old outfit and music.
Welcome. Would you like to spend your... We have all sorts of goods. Please come back again anytime. Version upgraded. Version upgraded. Preparing for another... We have all sorts of goods.
I don't have the Elder Blade. Of course I don't.
Please come back again anytime. We have all sorts of goods. Thank you very much. We have all sorts of goods.
Okay, we have some new ones. Umbra Cracker. Cataract Wave. I'll buy that. Hero. There's Squall. Oh yeah, this would be good. Atmosphere. We're good on that. Obsidian Ray. I mean, Obsidia. That does not say Obsidian. Lost Mobius. Oops. And then nothing new for this. Which is ass cheeks, but it is what it is.
Please come back again anytime. We have all sorts of goods.
Oh, this is for Elaine, right?
Thank you very much. Take care of yourselves.
Yeah, I can't change it in here. Oops.
Good stuff.
Oh yeah, now that we have more actually. Where's Stanley's? This way.
Thank you all for stopping by. Allow me to assist. I hope to see you again. Allow me to assist.
but it requires the U plus material. Okay, which means I have to pick wisely. 'Cause I don't know how I can get more U plus material. I need 2 revelation. Oh, I need 6 for that? Ugh, that's so much. Though he could do with an AP cut. The less they cost, the better. Especially since some of them cost so much. Yeah, I think that's the only viable thing to get right now.
I hope to see you again.
Do 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 do. Ah. Well, if I happen to unlock more. Do I even have enough to unlock more? That's the real question.
Allow me to assist.
No.
I hope to see you again.
Fair enough.
Onwards. The adventure begins. All right, treasure.
Honestly, if I can avoid... Oh, but I get space quartz, though. I mean, I would have to do 2 either way. Yeah, I would have to do 2 either way. Well, actually, no, because if I do here, go here, go here. Oh, dang it. It's like, I want the space quartz, but I also don't want to have to go through so many battles. Okay, I'm sorry, Elaine, but she's just stronger. What do I do? Do I go for the space quartz and do 2 battles, or do I only go for 1 battle? You know what, fuck it. It's not even a... Is it even a discussion? Plus I also might get like a benefit from that trap.
Onwards.
This place is like a dream. To think I can train without any time constraints.
Let's see, charge attacks,
Sorry to rain on
discrets.
your parade, but you know none of us is gonna spar with you.
right?
Ah, fine. In that
well.
case, once I'm ready to train, I'll just start swinging at you then.
Did you even hear a word I said?
Huh. Seems like the two of you are getting along just fine.
Fine by me. She's all his. Better he deal with that crazy ass than the rest of us.
I don't know about that. Anyway, it's best if we don't fight amongst ourselves.
They'd make for a fun fight. This'll make for a good warm-up. In your dream. We take our time here.
Oh, right, it's supposed to be charging next.
Wait for the right time and strike.
Ow.
You picked the wrong guy to fight.
What the fuck is that?
This'll make for a good warm-up.
Okay, so that's the only thing that affects it.
Just say the word.
What are these?
Keep your guard up.
Cypher, activate.
Oh, that's very rude.
That's far enough.
Actually, no, there we go. Just so we can get rid of them.
Got you covered. You'll be sorry. Zypha activate.
Yeah, cause magic is the only thing that affects it. At least that's what it seems like.
Go all in on him.
Me, yo. Just say the word. I'll aid you.
You have my aid.
Activating shard connect. Thanks, pal. Appreciate that. Pressure him and move in.
Initiating drive.
Yura.
I'll cover you.
Here goes. Cypher, activate.
You're open. Way to fire me up. On Abira Unken.
Back up there.
Got you
Ball to
covered.
your court.
That felt pretty great.
You really did blow me away, Shizuna.
All amped up.
You really do blow me away.
Ooh, they'd make for a fun fight.
Alright, calm down, battle hungry child. was about to say no, I took out Argent Thorn. But no, it's still here. I probably should have done Mirage Guard. I never think.
Initiating drive. Back up here.
I like where this is headed. Twofold. Here to support.
Go all in on him. Have some more.
Here's some extra.
Swallow what? What the fuck?
Chew on this.
Here to support.
Back up here. Balls in your course.
Just say the word.
Um,
Don't hold anything back.
why not?
Snap to it, Shizuna. Have some more.
Oh, she's the same? She also gets a little bonus? Oh, I have to do...
That's how it goes.
Ooh! It's a Gale Slash now? I did not know that they could turn into something else.
Race to the crowd, shoot it.
Yeah, just do that. It'll get everybody. Well, I don't want to go yet.
I've grown a little.
Is anybody else? Okay. I want to get all their chests before I leave.
Oh, hey, treasure chest.
You're a rowdy crowd, aren't you?
Watch it, that one's big.
I detect treasure.
So make a left. Got it.
I detect treasure.
Oh, wrong way. Ow!
Battlefield traversed.
Where to now?
Nice.
Can't believe I fell for that.
And me too.
Loot secured.
That's alright. We're already at the boss, so we'll be alright.
Whoops. Maybe I oughta heal up.
Fast stop.
Feeling like a million Mira.
Right, as usual, I shall save. In case everything goes left. Two. Please don't tell me it's gonna be one of those cases. Oh my god. One of those cases where if you don't defeat them at the same time, just revive their partner. I hate those. Those are like the most annoying kind of like battle gimmick ever. Let's see. Deactivate after 4 turns. Let me cause all his CP. Gotcha. Well, not that I have any, so. I mean, not that we really need his Grendel form, but probably would help. Just in case they decide to move. As I thought. Ooh, better get out of that. Okay, so if I... Yep, that'll be perfect. Keep everybody out of the line of fire. Van, I will implore you not to step into the line of fire, but knowing you, you just might. Well, unless I do this. Alright, I need you to step out of line of fire. Is it? Right, okay. Umbra would be pretty okay.
Appreciate that.
Let it flow.
Hell yeah.
Eat steel.
Got you covered. Chew on this.
You have this.
There. Got you covered.
Not the region. Actually, probably be better to do Van.
Here to support.
Make it count.
Do this. Activating Shadow Hand.
Appreciate that.
Go all in on it.
Cypher activate.
My move now.
Alright, so now that both of them have done that, I can probably... How much does it heal them, though? That's the real question.
Pressure him and move in.
I like where this is heading. Up.
Here to support. Go for it.
Chew on this.
I got you covered.
Backup's here.
Make it count.
Wrong one. Oh no. You know what? Maybe it was a good idea that I did the double turn. Oh yeah, she does have her move buff thing. But yeah, we don't need his Grendel form for this. We're pretty good. So I really put him back, but it's alright.
Lay to the ground, Judith.
Make it count.
Triple tap.
Oh. My team! What the fuck happened to my team? I mean, we got it done, but what the fuck?
One can always stand to improve.
I can still get stronger.
What? Oh my god. Well, that's nearly impossible. Like, it wasn't even like near death and it like died. Like, well, not even died, just exploded.
No hard feelings.
What do you mean? You did all the work, man. So we won't be able to go any further until sometime this afternoon, huh?
I take it you'd like something decrypted? Alright, let's begin. Decryption complete. What do you think?
Alrighty. I should probably check out the outfit stuff I got. Right then, what to tackle for? The light device will be put up for auction at the Chardin? I forgot how I pronounced it. This morning as the last item, don't miss it. CC. Cult Classic? What time is it? Okay, I gotta get going soon. Not a chance. Not with that stupid emoji. Besides, they signed their message with 2 C's. Oh, maybe it's that content creator girl. I don't know who this clown is, but they managed to seriously piss me off. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I've already scoped out the place a bit, but I haven't gone into the theater itself yet. Pass the message along to Bramati for him to look into just in case. As soon as we get a chance, we'll make for the Chardin district. Supposedly the auction's going down in the theater there. Yo, they just obliterated everybody. Brother. Like, what did he... I can't even English. I'm that shocked. What even set it off?
We have, candy?
Like I said, it wasn't close to dying. Alright guys, sadly this is where we're gonna end today. I know we could have did like a little bit more, but like I said, I gotta go cook so I can eat tonight. You know what? I don't want to redo that. I don't. So, thank you guys for hanging out today. I know, like 2 hours of this stream was literally just lore stuff. But like I said, I think it was a good idea to look into all this lore stuff so I can like at least understand a little bit better of what's going on. Sure, I may not know everything, because again, like I said, there's probably optional and like sub-events that happen in the games that obviously weren't covered, because as they said, they were only covering the main story. So there's some context that I'm probably missing as well. But yeah, for the most part, I'm understanding that people just love power. Okay, let me stop yapping though. I'm not gonna raid anybody. Right now it feels like a hassle. So I'll let you guys scatter to the wind. And I will see you tomorrow for a yapping stream. Actually, you know what? We might watch a little bit more tomorrow, since it is supposed to be a yapping stream. And we can yap more about it. And then... okay, so it seems like Saturday is going to stick. So, since it is sticking, no stream Saturday, because the IRL thing. And then, yeah, I'll see you guys Monday. Oh, actually, wait. I'll see you guys Sunday, actually. I don't know if I'll stream, but I do plan to play Hytale with my friends. The usual crew. Naja, Zach, Silver, and Maple. So yeah. It's been a long time since the four of us got together to do things. Because we're usually either busy, in Maple's case with work, or, you know, we just literally don't get around to doing anything. So yeah, I was like, you know what? We need to hang out, guys. And they're like, alright. Like, yeah, I will see you guys Sunday. Well, after Friday, I mean. And then, I don't know if I'll do Monday, since I'll end up doing Sunday. We'll see what happens. Alright, goodbye guys, and again, thank you for indulging me today. Bye!